It says we're live.
Nice. 5 now. I'll watch my own stream like a loser.
Also, I have discovered things that I have when I was reading through all of this fucking when I was reading through all of my stuff I can do with this class, there was things that I realized I could do that I did not know. So we have more fun things to experiment with, which is always so much fun for Bryn.
You think I can't handle it?
I realize my subclass has a feature that once per day So, like, that's a thing, apparently.
Sure be a thing.
Yep. Let me pull it up.
Okay. Let me mute myself so I can turn this on.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Yeah. My grandparents moved a bunch. We spent a few hours today, or like an hour and a half today, moving a bunch of stuff out of the attic, and then they wanted to move it downstairs. We have it upstairs in like a hallway. They wanted to move it downstairs, but it's so much stuff that we needed one of those little, what are they called, trolleys or whatever. And my grandpa went and got one, and no one told me. And so they were like, we want to move this stuff, and I'm like, I'm committed to something for the rest of the night. Why did no one tell me anything? Yes, we moved the stuff at 5. Anyway,
hold on. Can I get everyone to be silent really quick so I can test the stream thing?
Everything. What?
Shay, talk. You are not coming through the stream.
I'm not making any noise at all.
Yes, I've heard everyone else now.
Yep.
So I was hearing Dre giving his explanation.
There was a really wild moment where Dre said something. I think you said like down the street or something like that, and
downstairs, yeah.
We like it. There's a lag between when we are talking and when it shows up on Twitch, and for some reason, when you were talking on Discord, it also said like when you said it in the past on Twitch at the exact same time. And
Oh,
it was wild.
That's the genius in me.
Your avatar lights up, but no volume comes through. Yeah.
No, don't do that. No.
You murdered it. You killed everything. It's all your fault.
Your voice is a little staticky on my end, at least through Discord. I don't know how it sounds on Twitch.
It's the same for me.
Also,
boys, we did it.
I'm fairly certain, just to make sure, all three of you, I know some of you, all three of you like play Pokemon games, right?
No.
Yes. Sadly.
Okay, so I've been playing through Black 2, which I think I told Shay. But, just like as playing the Pokemon games, because I was recommended that as a very good one of the ones that I hadn't played, which is most of them. And it's been a lot of fun, but I rounded out my team and I'm leveling for the, finished out my team and I was leveling for the Elite Four. And I got back, yesterday and was telling my friends about it, and they were like, oh, what's your team? Like, did you fuck up really bad, or how good was your team? And I told them my team, and they were like, you unintentionally picked, absolutely sick Pokemon, and I am surprised that I did good. I'm proud of myself.
Nice.
My team right now is, just for reference, is my starter is, I picked Oshawott, which is now Samurott.
The best.
And then I have Volcarona, Flygon, Hydreigon, Metagross, and I'm trying to remember the name of this last Pokemon.
If we ever get strangers to watch our streams, they're just gonna be like, God, these people are so annoying.
They're so the worst. I put them on as background noise, but now I just hate them.
It's hard to ignore how stupid they are. I hate this so much.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird.
That is not very good.
Well, this might be an issue.
Is it? Can I just do that? Can you guys hear me now?
Hold on, speak again.
Was that the problem? Hello? Shit pants.
You're very, very quiet.
We're getting somewhere.
It sounds like staticky wise, you're just quiet. Turn yourself up.
Hello. I mean, I can't fix the staticky problem.
There isn't any.
That's better. That's what I'm saying. There's no more static, but you were quiet. You're good now.
And I'm good on the stream as well.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about at least. Yeah, you're coming through on the stream.
You've been fine talking to us the whole time.
Okay. Well then here I'm gonna try switching the audio back here. Am I staticky for you guys?
No.
Okay. Alright. Here's hoping it doesn't fuck up. The staticky only happens sometimes with through voice mod, and I don't know why. Like even if I don't have anything selected, it'll just be like, you know what? Fuck you, static.
Well,
but I like to use voice mod so I can.
It's okay. We'll forgive you for these horrible transgressions.
Oh, thank you. I'm drinking a cherry coke, courtesy of Zach, who left them here.
Cherry Coke, please sponsor us.
I thought you were going to say, I thought you were going to say courtesy of Cherry Coke.
No, fuck no. Implying that they sent me some.
Yeah, the company, Cherry Coke.
Yes. Not Coke.
At what point is it does it cross the threshold of creepy to a cool sponsorship? Does Cherry Coke, if it were to happen, do they email you and go, "Hey, we're sending you Cherry Coke. Talk about it in your stream," and then Cherry Coke shows up at your door, or does Cherry Coke show up at your door with a note saying, "Rep us on your stream," which feels more like a threat.
You
Yeah,
usually
the-
have to
Or-
read out, not the other.
Or, hear me out.
Yeah.
There is no note. You just get Cherry
Just
Coke at your door, and you go, what?
you turn around, there's a person in your home.
But then you start streaming, and you crack open a can, and somebody goes, what was that? And then you start talking about it. So, like, they get what they want, but there was no threat involved. You're just confused.
I'm pretty sure any sponsorship is done, like they contact you and they're like, we want you to talk about Raid Shadow Legends, and then you're like, oh.
I'm pretty sure
A really
when it
common
comes to,
one.
like, Raid, they believe that there's a script sent around. Because everybody says the same shit.
Yeah, they do. Everyone says there are certain keywords that everyone
Usually
says.
there's an ad read, like
Yeah.
for things like that.
I know
When you're
some.
watching, like, I just remember when I was watching streams for like multiverses is the one that comes to mind for me, like the fighting game for Cartoon Network.
Mhm. Yeah.
Their shit was like every hour of your stream streaming it for the people who had early access. You had to do a specific ad read that was like a script given to you.
Mm-hmm.
I would fuck that up. If they gave me a script for HelloFresh or whatever, I would fuck that up so bad. Somebody else would have to do it.
It was like paragraph at the beginning, add whatever you want here, paragraph at the end.
I think it depends on the company, or like it may depend, because I've watched YouTubers, especially ones that do like sketch comedy on YouTube. They'll just say whatever they want, and it like, as long as they're hyping up the product, like they don't like the, like
They
it
don't
doesn't
care.
matter what they're saying. Yeah. But like there are definitely ones that are like Raid Shadow Legends, like everyone says the same thing.
We're gonna try. Hold on.
What was the
Something that makes me sad is DJ G Rave from Scarlet Violet. I wish there was more of him.
Very fair.
what was the game that like in 18, 17? Or it may have been before that. What was the Legend 27?
Oh,
Clash
was-
of Clans.
yeah. Was it?
Was
Clash of
was it
Hold
called?
on. Hold on.
Clash of Clans.
Oh,
It's a mobile game.
no, it wasn't. Wait,
That's
it
Clash
might
of
have
Clans.
been.
The Legend 27 is Clash of Clans.
Okay.
It's Game of War Fire Age.
Oh,
Is it? I thought it was Clash of. I was
Yeah,
sure.
it's-
I was
Clash
about to
of-
say. I was like, I don't remember it being Clash.
Yeah,
of
it's
Clans.
Galfa.
Clash of Clans always has animated ads.
Hulk Rider. It's that piece of shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cowboys are getting crushed, and I'm not happy about it.
Oop.
Feels.
Really?
What are
Why?
you guys playing? I'm supposed to be playing Game of War, but this one player keeps kicking my
Oh
ass.
yeah, it was Game of War.
Is it the
That's
Legend
what-
27? Yeah, the Legend 27. Some say the Legend 27 is the first Game of War player ever. Born from fire.
What year was that? Was that?
2016.
Oh my god.
I have a 50% off coupon for the store and work rate. I don't know what rate.
I was talking to my supervisor Ricardo today at work, and we got a Minecraft book as a donation, and I went, Minecraft book, and he went, I remember when that came out 15 years ago, and then he was like, no, it's not that old, and I was like, no, that was 2008. It is that old, and he was like, no. No. I guess it came out in 2011, but I'm pretty sure it was in development for a while.
don't know if you
1.0
guys-
came out in 2011.
If you guys have seen there's a Twitter account where people make a complete, like, they send in completely anonymous confessions, and the tweet account will tweet them out completely anonymous. Just people saying just the wildest shit.
Okay.
There's one that's been going around where it was like, this guy was like, 20 years ago, my two kids were playing and one of them broke a window, and neither of them confessed to it. But I have security camera footage that I plan on playing at the perpetrator's wedding. Um, and someone in the comments, someone in the replies was like, when I first saw this, I thought, there's no way this guy had a security camera 20 years ago, and then I realized 20 years ago was 2003.
Yes.
That is honestly terrifying.
It's
that like
painful.
the fact that like my brain says 15 years ago, that was like 1990.
Yeah.
For 1995, like that just feels wrong.
It does. It feels very
I know I think that was the problem when he was like, it was 15 years ago, and he went, nah, it's not that old, and I went, well.
Well, if you insist.
I was in second grade 15 years ago.
Oh God. It was a time.
Sure was.
Zoop House.
I never got to eat off a Zupal plate.
I never did either.
I'll never know if
did.
it makes eating fun. Did
I
it make
only-
the eating fun?
I only got to eat off of it once, and no, it was a letdown.
Dang.
Damn
I think I got the
Zupals.
frog.
A classic too.
I was like, yeah, man, I can't
Oh,
wait.
I just
I was like 8 or 9. I was like, man, I can't
Oh.
wait.
eBay has there's a 20 count selling on eBay of Zupal's plates for $90.
That's worth it.
Is it?
Yeah.
I just got like major vertigo.
For the
know when
experience
you're, like, sitting-
of
You know what? Have you guys ever had the thing where you're sitting and you feel like the world starts tilting?
Yeah.
I just got that, like, where everything just started rotating, like, to the right.
it's because
Oh, that was weird.
sometimes your soul forgets to like stay attached to your body
Yeah, that's
when
what
you
it
get
is.
too comfortable. And
I
so
remember reading
your-
that in a scientific paper.
Yeah, your the Earth rotates a little too fast, and so your soul gets left behind for a moment, and then it catches up. And you,
I can't believe
like,
you read
feel
my
sick.
scientific paper.
Yeah,
That
you're
I
welcome.
wrote.
You're welcome.
Thanks. So much support.
Also, I just want to say, do you ever, like,
Yeah.
Yes.
do you ever, no, completely unrelated, because I lost that train of thought. It just left me. It's gone now.
You left it
where to
behind.
find
We
it?
rotated away from it.
I'm wearing a t-shirt with the hood right now. And it's fantastic. Let me tell you, top tier invention.
The best.
Unrelated, please. I can't believe you tried to use. I know that this is a fake review, but that's funny.
You know what?
I
I'm
posted-
unfollowing Tabernacle. Just
Wow.
kidding. I'm not stupid.
Yeah. If you're watching us and not following,
If you haven't hit the subscribe button on YouTube, I'm gonna do it.
Quote.
The 3 people in my basement are gonna get it. Every 100 subscribers, I'll let one of them go.
You could be saving a life right now.
Their lives are in your hands. I'm John Kramer from the Sawbridge.
That was a fucking Vine. It was like it was like a Vine. It was like, excuse me, sir, would you like to make a donation? $10, you could save a child. It's like, oh yeah,
Oh,
here
yeah.
you go.
Dude, I know. I remember. That was Marlin.
I think so. He opens the van. Kid
Yeah,
runs
no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No more, no more. And he shuts the door again. Thank you, sir. wait, I'll donate more. Every dollar saves the life of a child.
Good, give me $3.
Over Christmas break, I got to introduce my family, who's not none of them are intakers of memes. I introduced them to call an ambulance, but not for me.
A classic.
I love that one. That's all.
That is great. That is top tier.
Ooh.
Truly a classic.
On Christmas, a new SCP game got released.
Oh,
This is more for Bryn than it is for anybody else, because I know
Yeah,
she
good.
likes these. It's called SCP Lab Rat.
You
I don't
sounded
think
really. You sounded really judgy when you said that because she likes these.
No, it's just a phase. I know what you are. I hope you'll grow out of it one day.
I won't.
It's not natural.
I like this review on Steam. I asked for orange juice from the vending machine and the nuke went out. The nuke went off. What the hell? What nuke?
What a nuke.
For moms.
I will have to look into that. I watched one this morning that made me so stressed out. It was like a Backrooms meets SCP game where you're in a high school trying to like leave the Backrooms basically. But there's this one creature in it that's just horrifying. And not because it looks horrifying. It's just this like Slenderman-esque all blacked out person with like a cartoon smiley face on. But every time they show up, really loud bass music will play, and then your battery on your flashlight will deplete like pretty quickly. And the problem is when you run out of batteries, there's a little doll girl who, if you're not looking at her, will sprint at you with those like really loud footsteps and will murder you. So if you run out of flashlight, she will come after you.
That's terrifying.
And it was so stressful. And like initially the little girl could not open doors, so you could like lock her in somewhere and leave her. But with that other SCP out and about, for some reason she could just open doors now, so you had to always be walking backwards, so you could never know what was behind you. It was so stressful. I will never play a horror game, but I really enjoy watching grown men flip out over a horror game any day.
The only thing that ever gets me is like feet slapping on the floor as they get like faster and louder.
It's so stressful.
That shit is the only thing that actually makes me anxious.
I'll send it to you if you want to watch it. But
Sure.
let me go find it for you. Let's go
Over,
find that. We got a minute.
60 seconds.
Over the small time that Ashley was here, we watched a shit ton of the Saw movies. That was fun. I'd never seen them before.
I haven't either.
They're stupid.
I can imagine there was lots of screaming.
They're not scary.
Ashley.
They're just like they're gore fests. It's not actually horror.
It's just shock factor.
Yes, it is literally just, oh my god, I can't believe he had to put a scalpel to his eye. That's so
Really?
disgusting and horrifying. But that like it's not scary. You're just like, ew. There's a scene, and I know we're about to start. There's a scene where a guy is bleeding out from the loss of a limb, and he's like, I'm gonna go get help. To his face is actively turning like pale and blue, and he turns to this other guy who is like chained in the room, and he goes, I'm gonna go get help. And he starts crawling away, and then he stops crawling when he reaches the door, like physically turns his body around and goes, "And if I don't come back, good luck." But it's like, why? Why did you bother stopping? Just go.
I hit while you crawl.
That shit was so funny to me.
All right, are we
Well,
ready?
It is 7:30.
It is time. Well, hello to anyone listening. I'm sure many people might be wondering. The last episode was episode 9, and then many months passed, and now it's session 12? Whatever could have happened, well, you see. Which, the first time when we recorded episode 10, Twitch glitched out or had a hack or something happen, and so it, like, toggled off our save VOD thing and then toggled it back on, so we lost session 10. But it was fine. We recapped it in session 11, and then Twitch changed their policy for how long they would save our VOD, so we lost it again. So here we are at session 12, praying to God that we will never have to deal with that ever again. Please.
Watch this.
Say no!
I'll delete it right now.
So here's my very quick recap of session 10 and 11. In 10, you guys were running around the Shadowfell. I'm sorry, Lucy's trying to shove a toy into my lap. Get out of here. You guys were running around the Shadowfell, initially split apart. Loic and Alden were trapped in a bedroom when the door had shut behind them. They broke down the door, ran into a shadow being that had taken Loic's shadow. And then Loic and Alden crawled away to find pure black books with pure black pages. Holden and Incantation ran around the basement in an ever-changing maze filled with rooms of odd reflective surfaces, empty picture frames, pools of water, pots, etc. When your torchlight ran out, the darkness seemed to take you guys back to the exit to leave the basement. Fenris and Rose, you guys had been in the remains of the Feywild that seems to have been overtaken by the Stygian. Fenris had found bones of dead Fey underneath the snow, and then you guys returned with Absurdity, there it is, back to the Shadowfell castle. You guys ended up reconvening back together. You found out a couple of interesting, neat little things about how those pure black books let you peek into other people's shadows across the material plane. And then that session was over. That was session 10. At the top of session 11, we made an announcement that Loic's player would no longer be able to continue with the stream, so we are down a player. But we're going to keep on trucking because we still have 3 more until I inevitably scare them away. So fun.
Sure.
Yeah. So, in Loic's player's absence, we continued on. The party decided to battle against Absurdity and Incantation because it was one of 2 choices. Give Absurdity a... What did I call them? It was like...
Spark of creation.
Thank you. Give Absurdity a spark of creation. And maybe never find out how powerful and useful that could be. And get your freedom. Or fight Absurdity and risk getting stuck in the Shadowfell. You guys opted to fight. And you did defeat it pretty handily, honestly. And after intimidating Absurdity into giving the party a portal back to the material plane, you said farewell to Loic, who headed back home, having been kind of overwhelmed by everything going on, and welcomed Caladon, the leader of the Shadowfell, into Rose's shadow.
It should have been me!
You guys returned to Reen at, I believe, dawn, and I think you slept like a full day. Is that right? Or did you just sleep half a day?
I think we showed up. Yeah, like you said, we showed up in the morning, and I think we said that we slept a full day, so that way we could stay in the same schedule of, like, we could wake up in the morning.
All right, so then it would be the 11th of Lemire. That morning, you bribed a sailing merchant to drop you guys off north of the Aster Birch Bramble and received a warning to stay away from those who lived in a town ironically called the Shadow. So, here I will send you a quick little peek at the main map.
I think
The-
we decided what to do when we left off last session. I just don't remember what we decided.
I mean,
Oh.
it is still your decision in the long run. I'm fairly certain you were going to what I circled in green near the bottom there. That is Jihar. You wanted to speak to the mayor about
Right. Yes.
the goings on.
And which city are we in currently?
You are not in a city. You are on a beach
Oh, I
on that
see.
far north portion in
Aster
the
Birch
purple.
Bramble, just
No,
above
we
there.
were on a boat, right?
You just got off the boat. This is
Yeah.
as far as they would sail you.
Yeah, they said I'm not touching the shore. Is basically what we were
Oh,
told.
right. Where did we put this, by the way? Did we put it in the world map?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be the one. You know what, guys? I'm tired. I'm ending the stream. Good night.
Oh, see you later.
Good night.
So we left. We were in what town again? We were up at the purple.
You were a little farther up from the purple in a town called Reen, and then you got on a boat with a sailing merchant and bribed them to take you to the shore
purple.
near the Aster Birch.
Right, because we were going to cross the Aster Birch, and then we were going to go to the capital, right?
The capital is a different location.
No.
Or where the mayor is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The mayor of Jihar.
Jihar.
Which is circled
actually-
in green.
You're actually fairly close to the capital if you were to decide to go there instead.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we didn't want to do that.
Never too
Yeah.
late.
I think we decided against it.
You know what? This would be a
There's
really
a wider
good
view.
time.
We were looking for information about the Raiders, I think.
Yes. And we found out I remember we found out they did it, or they were based somewhere. Gosh, where's my notebook?
It's right there.
We
Are you
found out
talking about Asan?
We found out they were like they camped and trained the city or the name of the city that they camped and trained in, but we found out it was like in the desert. I just don't remember the name of the city.
Desert? Asan is the place where the wyverns are caught and trained.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, Asan is actually very close to Jihar.
I've heard so much about this Jihar. So much and so little at the same time.
The Jihar is a world wonder. That I didn't pick up.
Yes,
sir.
it is.
We came down from Reen to the Afterbridge Bram. Did we say Jihar is where the mayor is?
yes. We wanted to talk to the mayor of Jihar about the Raiders.
Yep.
Don't yawn.
Dude, I can't fucking help it.
Stop being tired. Just put that away.
So this map doesn't have all the city names labeled over here. So I think we had said we were okay with the cutting across the wasteland. And that was why the guy dropped us off where he did.
hmm
Yes.
I just don't remember where the wasteland is.
If you pull up the Kanka, you can toggle it to the territories layer, and you can see it in the gray.
Oh, right.
You're
right.
currently you're in the wasteland as of right now.
So I think, wanted to loop around the Brambleback Forest. or the Aster Birch Bramble, and then I forget whether we said we wanted to cross via boat below it or whether we wanted to sneak around the edge down towards the Scardosa Woods.
Well, unless one of you guys has a boat in your pocket, I don't know if taking that route is an option. You might have to just skirt around.
Yeah.
We're skirting around.
Well, good news for us, cause I.
Holden.
Where did you get that?
All right. Well, here's a question then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to cut directly, like down to that corner where like right under the A of the Aster Birch, and just cut as much as possible to go as fast as possible? Or do you want to kind of curve around the outside of the Aster Birch?
I think the less time we spend in the wasteland, the better. Would be my vote.
I think I'm inclined to agree.
I think I agree as well, but I don't know which direction that. Well, okay, so
Southwest.
So, well, no, I'm saying I don't know which direction we're talking about is faster.
Oh.
Because, like, if we're gonna skirt around the Aster Birch, we could technically skirt around it north or northwest or south and then west, right?
Okay. Yeah, I
But
see what you're saying.
if we go north, which I assume would be faster to cut down, because instead of looping around that entire bottom section, would it actually be faster to cut straight through that little thing by the A of Aster to the ocean? Or would it be faster to just go straight south from, go around the right edge and then work down? Like, I'm not actually sure which one, because I don't know what the Aster Birch Bramble is like movement-wise. Like, I'm not sure how much faster that'll actually be.
And Bryn said it was faster.
Both said so.
I don't think
Then
she's ever lied to us, ever.
Never.
I think my vote is to cut it by the A and then go down by the water all the way.
Yeah.
Towards, I don't know what the name of this dot is, or city or town, but there's one right on the coast on this little, input into that,
the
thing,
point of
direct...
the triangle.
We could hit the main road there, and then I think we can follow generally that main road through the Sarcosta Woods. We can probably find a boat across to near where that Langmore Forest and Scardosa Woods meet, and then take the road down from there to Jihar.
So to check and see if I understand, you're going to cut through some of the Aster Birch to just curve around the coast as much as possible? Are you going to hit any of the towns along the way, or are you zooming straight through and following the road?
We're gonna hit every single one.
Yeah, road trip. I think we should. Zach, were you talking about heading southeast to Ellery?
I can't see the city name, so I don't know. But
I'm just looking at what Bryn posted in the world maps.
I'm gonna draw my general path.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I was gonna say we can't see any of the city names over here, Bryn.
You can't?
No.
Did you toggle on the little cities, towns thing?
Yeah.
In the top corner?
Yeah. Here, I can just take a screenshot of when we click on it. This is what we see. What pow?
A nutsack.
We could see the world wonders and the opal spire.
Wait, where did you send this?
To you. DMs.
Oh, there it is. That doesn't make any freaking sense.
I'm gonna put
That's
this
so weird.
in the general chat of Tabernacle so people could in theory see.
And it's not like all of them are like that, because on Kedrith it's full.
You can see Kedrith, but that doesn't make...
The only thing I
guys,
can think of
look
is
in
that the
general really
city.
quick, general 1 of the Tabernacle server.
Huh?
This is kind of what I was thinking. The blue line.
Oh, hold on. Let me-
I'm just putting in so stream people, if they're in the server, could technically see.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking you were saying.
Basically down to that little, like, that dot is a town, that first dot we would hit off the coast. I don't know, but we could basically go there and hop, and I'm assuming somewhere along the coast by the, is it Scardo? The woods on the west, we could be able to hop over to the road on the right. Like, there's got to be a connector somewhere in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And Shay is too.
Yes.
Yeah. Shay agrees.
I'm trying to get our stats pictures figured out.
Well, I don't know why you guys can't see the map, but
the-
I will work on that between sessions.
The only thing I can think of is that we aren't allowed to see the like location thing itself, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like that's like we just don't have the perm for it. I don't know.
It should be. Everyone can see that. That's so weird. It didn't used to be an issue.
Let me see. Well, let me just look for Marnock right now. And the locations. Yeah, I can't even see the thing I can go click on in the actual Conca for Marnock. So that's what I'm thinking. Is
How
we didn't have
I-
permission to see that stuff because we hadn't gotten there yet, and so we just can't see it on the map.
Ah, is that what it is? Let me try giving you access to a location. How about you just said Marnock, right?
Yep.
Well, you guys are gonna go to Ellery. Let me do Ellery. Ellery. Location? For missions.
What the fuck?
How about go look for Ellery now. Tell me if it's there. Let me save.
Yeah, let me go.
Yeah, reload now. I just hit save.
No.
What?
Nope. Maybe I have to reload the map from Conca instead of just refreshing the map in the tab.
I can see Reen.
Apps.
Loser. Imagine
Like, let's
seeing
bring it
Reen.
Or
It says this doesn't
Nope.
public. And
the only town or the only two things we have, or the only three things we have. Well, there's a little more. But the only town we have on the continent of Perios is Reen. We have the other than that, we have the party marker, the dragons, and then the Jihar World Wonder, Ethereal Waterfall, and the Opal Spire.
Okay, that might be helpful. Let me look at the permissions for Reen and see why that one is allowed.
We do have Reen. We have some stuff we haven't been to as well. I think in Mahea we only have stuff that we've been to, but we have the Brink in the Dark Continent is something we have access to, and then
That is super
in
weird.
Silsad we have Stranok, Tenris, Nikomi, and the Outpost.
Well, I will fix this later because I can't explain that one. That doesn't make any sense because Reen has all the same settings that Ellery has. So I'm not sure what's going on. We'll figure it out later.
We will. We shall.
We shall. Okay. So you guys are going through the Aster Birch.
Yep.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I
You
kinda drew
guys
out.
start making your way. The coast when you arrive is, a little bit rocky. It's, larger, more jagged stones and, cliff sides with this deep red foliage of the aster birch bramble waiting for your arrival. Um, as you make your way inside, there aren't a lot of like low-lying bushes or anything to kind of catch your boots or your pants or anything. It's really just like trees and grass with these like vining white flowers that are kind of wrapping around the trunks of the tree with these like 5 large petals open wide and these little bits of pollen kind of falling out of the flower. Let's go on ahead and talk about your primary and secondary tasks while we are doing this first leg of travel. Who shall go first?
I'm last.
All right.
I do this shit
Zach,
every
you want to go
time.
first?
Fuck you.
I need to think of what I want to do, but
Same. That's why I was hoping you'd go first.
I'll give me a minute to brainstorm.
No.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
I think just because I can add some flavor to my lack of knowledge, because Zach is dumb. I think so. When we all have our new magic items, right? So my secondary task is going to be navigation and keeping us on the right track, which is easy. My primary task is going to be experimenting and trying to figure out what the new fall form of my magic item does, which I can kind of flavor and explain to you guys what at least I have seen. So Fenris, so I know we had said that Rose has bracers, right? As her first one, and Holden has a crown. As of right now, Fenris's item is on his wrist, or like wrist up to his elbows, kind of like bracers. It almost looks living on his arms, and in some points it looks almost dead. But it looks like vines or almost tree branches are wrapped around his arms all the way up, and then loosely around his wrists and over his thumbs and back of his hands to leave his fingers exposed, kind of like those like gauntlets that cover most of your forearms, And starting at the elbow, the like there's like leaves ish coming off of it and like kind of matted to this gauntlet. And at his elbow, they look like red and yellow and like almost like they're autumn leaves, up to like a kind of like dead blank brown tree section that looks like just like the leaves have almost been picked or plucked off, into like newly budding green leaves kind of matted, and then with like maybe little bits of flower sprouts, and then into vibrant green leaves around his wrists, almost like showing a seasonal progression across his forearms as he's kind of like walking with these gauntlets wrapped around his hands. And he is twirling, and throughout the day kind of twirling and playing with some of the new magic he has. But the thing he's experimenting with in particular while we're around is when he changes the form of these gauntlets, he kind of like claps his hands together, and the gauntlets kind of shift and move off of his arms and like kind of transform, and like the vines almost curl together to make up the next shape of the object into a spear that he's kind of holding and like experimenting with, because he's not as familiar with fighting with a spear, so he's kind of like practicing and getting used to it as we go along.
Okay.
Nice.
Give me an arcana for experimenting with your newfound weapon. Give me a survival for your navigation.
Also, don't know if we're vibing with that, but I was put on the spot, so
I like it.
I like it.
Okay, so here's my Arcana. It's a 12.
Okay.
And then the more important one. Please don't nat one. It's an 11. It's not terrible, right?
Hey, it's above average.
It's a Zach roll.
We'll
We're in
take it.
the 5 to 10 range. It's just typical for me.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, that's not where I wanted to write that. Computer. Anyway. Okay. You feel like you're starting to get a handle on these new weapons of yours, or weapon and bracers. I know so little about it, but you do know that it can grow and evolve with you, so it seems wise enough to experiment with it while you're traveling. You don't seem to really have too much issue swapping it to the spear. It's more of an issue of turning a big stick back into something on your arms for the first little while. It takes a couple of days to like really get it in a smooth motion, but you're starting to feel more confident about it. In terms of navigation, you know that you're heading in the right direction. Maybe you're perhaps a little bit off kilter, but it seems fine enough. You're able to look off to the south and keep an eye on wherever the coast is and know that you need to stay generally close to that. So, it's easy enough to do. Not to worry. Who is next?
I guess I am.
No.
Oh. All right, Shay, you're up.
All right.
You're
I
rejected.
train with things around it. What's around us? Rocks? It's no man's land. So
Well, you're in a forest right now. So there
trees.
are rocks and trees.
Perfect. That's perfect training
vines.
material. That's definitely primary first and foremost, and then I think for secondary, let's look for some food. No telling how long we're gonna get stuck in this forest. We're gonna be traversing no man's land.
That's fair.
Let's try and look for some animal that hopefully isn't deified by any means. It's just a regular rabbit.
Deified.
I don't want to attack the silver boar of the moon. I don't want to do that.
That's too bad. All you can find are biblically accurate deer
Damn it.
and
All
rabbits.
right,
So.
we're starving, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay. For your training, give me, because this one's going to be a little different.
All right.
I want a dexterity save.
Dexterity
For your training.
Save.
And then I want a survival or investigation for food.
Which one's better? They're both terrible, I'm sure. Yeah, they're the same. All right. Okay. My dex save was a 10. And my survival check was a 14.
Okay. So we will start with the 10. I would like everyone to give me a con save very quickly.
Oh, sick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You watch Holden pick up a fallen tree off the ground with his ridiculous muscles that he... I guess you just bulk up really suddenly, right, when you go training?
Yeah, and I think I said his what the fuck? His hair starts glowing.
Yeah.
He goes Super Saiyan.
Yeah, you watch Holden pick up this tree while in Super Saiyan mode, snapping some of the vines of these white flowers that had kind of curled around this fallen tree. When he does this, you watch Pollen fluff off of all of the flowers on that tree, and the wind kind of pushes it into all of your faces. What was that? How'd those saves go?
19.
Uh-huh.
12.
And 16.
16.
Okay. Zach, can you roll me a d12?
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you.
what number did you roll? Awesome. That's your age.
Uh-oh.
11. Uh-huh.
Do I take 11 damage?
You do not. I'm going to send you something in just a second.
I spontaneously combust.
Lady.
I don't know if I updated my character.
Okay, here you go. What a message to you. Well, that's not what I want. Okay.
Also, while we're up, does anybody remember the name of the capital of the continent we were on? The city where we revived Loic.
Oh,
Are you talking about Kedrith?
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
No, silly.
Well, Shay said no. I guess we're good. I guess we're
okay.
wrong
Okay.
Looks like I fixed that problem.
All right.
It makes this fun. Hold on. Let me.
Oh, you can do whatever you want with that information that I've just given you.
Let me look at my
Didn't
spell
we,
list. So
didn't we revive Loic and Celadine?
You did.
Alright.
Kedrith is the
Okay.
continent, sorry.
So, Fenris is sniffing this in and probably sneezes a couple times trying to get this off.
I
And
don't
then we
know
walk
if
for
you should actively be mouth breathing that stuff, Fenris. That's wild. You
Walk
you
another,
should definitely close your mouth, pal.
walking
Stop.
for another 15 seconds, and then Fenris just starts screaming.
Fenris, what?
Yeah, dude, does it taste bad? Hold on.
And he's screaming, and he's like, God, I'm burning, it's falling off, it's all falling off. And I pull all of the water out of my water skin with shaped water, and just repeatedly on different parts of my body, just start freezing it, and then unfreezing it and refreezing it with shaped water.
What's?
Hold on, I've got it. I take out my sword.
No,
it's time to put him down.
It's burning off. It's all falling off.
It's time to put him down.
What is burning? What is?
Put it down.
I'm burning.
Can I make a medicine or something, Bryn?
Sure, give me medicine or insight.
I think those are both the same.
5 seconds. I'm gonna freeze my head, and then maybe it'll get better.
Hold on. So if I take the hilt of this sword and just give you a whoop, pam.
22 insight.
Just at a glance, first of all, nothing is burning. Fenris looks completely fine. Fenris's eyes are dilated beyond what would be normal. There is no eye color, it is just all black pupil. You're pretty sure that the pollen is a hallucinogenic.
Oh my god, it's a fucking okay. Fenris, calm down. You're not burning.
Why can I calm down? My skin is falling off.
It's not. I assure you, it's not.
I mean, are you sure? Look at it.
I am. I'm looking at it right now.
Really hard.
He's pointing at his arm, by the way, with his hand like a finger gun. And at the point of his finger at the finger gun, you just see the water repeatedly still freezing and unfreezing and freezing and unfreezing, trying to cool his body down. He's probably shivering a little bit.
Holden,
Yes.
he's the pollen, the stuff that came out of the flowers. It appears to have some kind of hallucinogenic effect.
Oh. How should
Is there? You
don't know.
Can you
Oh! I got you. I pull out a mace.
No.
No, I know. Holden will walk over and be like, "Okay, it's just for a second." He's gonna put his hand on Fenris's shoulder and do 5 points of lay on hands, and let's hope that counts as a poison. I don't know.
Fenris, you are staring at your bones. Like most of your flesh has fallen off of your arms at this point. It's dripping onto the ground. It smells awful.
My
The
little
ice is not
skeleton
doing
man.
anything. Little skeleton boy. And then you do a single blink and your arms are fine.
Who's my
You're melting. I'm melting. Oh,
little Jack Skellington? What a guy.
Are you okay?
I just felt like my flesh was melting off my bones, and I looked like a bone creature. Here, I look like this, and I cast disguise self and make myself look like what I look like.
Ooh, better get rid of that
That
spell
wasn't-
slot. Also,
That wasn't necessary.
I wonder if we should go bottle some of this stuff up and perhaps use it as a weapon.
I think that's a bit dangerous.
No.
I don't want a repeat of what just happened, especially if it happens to you.
No,
Because
no,
then
no,
what-
no. Listen. I'll put
Was the capital Celadine?
Guys, why do I have something called hallucination
Yes.
water in my bag? What is this?
Good question.
You
What?
took it out of the basement and the shadow fell from one of the pools.
Oh, that's right. And
You drank it and saw somebody like out of somebody's shadow for a second.
Gotcha. Never mind. Hold on. Then let me add an actual note. For that.
Hallucination order.
I was confused.
We should probably keep moving before some other plant makes us jump off a cliff or something.
Oh, like that snake from the Jungle Book. Just say yes. Just say yes.
Oh, sure.
Alright.
Okay. You gonna continue on then?
Yes.
I guess.
All right. Well, let me ask now because I don't want to like mess you guys up. You should have this knowledge, and I should have said it before. It'll probably take 4 days to traverse through the Aster Birch and hit Ellery. So you'll probably be in the Aster Birch for night 1 and night 2.
Okay.
Do with this as you will.
Does anybody
Alright.
have? What's that spell?
I haven't done my primary and secondary.
Shit. What's Layman's tiny hut?
Ball.
No, we
No,
don't
we
have
don't have
that.
third level yet.
Why don't you have that, bitch?
Why
We don't
don't
have third
you?
levels yet.
Because I'm a paladin. Anyway, go ahead.
So my secondary is what it usually is: looking out for danger. We're in new land, wilds. It's the stuff's around. Just gotta make sure nothing jumps out at us. For primary, I would like to. I think Rose is like really curious because now she's got like this shadow creature in her shadow, and she's just like, if Rose like asks him a question, will he like pop up?
He can, but it's very it's
Draining.
like 2D. Like he has to like slide up the side of
Oh.
a tree and like sit in the shadow 2D on that tree.
Gotcha. I think Rose is just like kind of, I don't know, inspecting her magic, I guess, and like just continually asking this guy. Hold on, I wrote down his name and I can't remember off the top of my head.
Paladon.
Yes, Caledon. Just like, is this like going to affect my magic? I don't know. If you've ever seen like an Aasimar, kind of do that little glowy thingy, where like I get very radiant. I don't know, is that gonna affect this and that and this, and like just kind of just like pestering him.
Okay. All right, give me a I guess, a general charisma to talk to Caledon and an investigation for looking for danger. Very quickly to resolve the searching for food for Shay. You rolled a 14 for that. The best you can find are like a unique type of like caterpillars that seem to utilize these flowers for sustenance as well as protection. And you notice that because with your 14, you see a flock of birds. You see a bird eat one of these caterpillars. You see the bird start acting super weird, and then it eventually just kind of stumbles away. And then like 5 or 6 minutes later, you start kind of noticing that, some of the flowers are closed, and some of the flowers have bits and pieces of feathers or a little rabbit foot, sticking out.
Oh, I should put
that's
my hand in
fun.
there. What? I should put my hand in there? All right.
All right. The flowers are small enough, though, that even if you were to get hallucinations, you aren't going to die to a flower.
Nice.
Damn it.
But yeah, there's that. Take that
I'm
as you will.
rolling ridiculous. I got a 22 for the investigation and a 21 for the charisma.
Okay. Jeez. Sure. You have a pretty good conversation with Caledon, despite the fact that he physically can't use any verbal communication with you. You get a kind of an understanding of how to get like the head nods and the head shakes, and you kind of can read the body language a little bit better of when he makes gestures of what he's trying to say to you. So yeah, you're able to have a conversation. You basically learn that Caledon is not going to bother your magic at all. It's not better, but it's not worse. It's basically that Caledon is just kind of in your shadow as a tag along, basically.
Nice.
But if you left, you would be without a shadow until he could fix that for you.
Oh no.
In terms of looking for danger, the biggest thing around would be those flowers. Any sort of like large predators would have nothing to hunt in here, because anything small is usually gets hallucinized and falls into a flower, or they snap out of it and they leave. So mostly it's just bugs and flowers in here.
Okay. Good
Seems
to
fine.
know. Good to know.
Yeah.
What is the just another quick memory check for everybody. What is the name of the city where we met the tidal dragon? Like on the other side of the bridge, where I almost died to the sting.
Good question.
That's another city that isn't marked in the contest.
Sosa.
So
Okay.
Sosa. Yep.
I realize my notebook is missing names for things.
That's all right. Alrighty. So you're about a day in. You're not super deep into the Aster Birch. If you wanted to head north, you could get out of there before sunset if you wanted to. It would maybe add half a day to your travel if you had to do that both nights. But you could do it if you wanted to. It just depends on if you want to risk getting pollen in your face.
We're not wusses, Bryn.
Listen, I would love nothing more for you to experience these hilarious hallucinations that Howie and I wrote. But if you decide you don't want to risk that, that's fine.
What do you guys think?
I do actually kind of want to see if we can gather some of it to use as a weapon later, because Bryn
Okay.
will forget about it.
I will.
It's gonna be
Would
one of
be
those
really
weapons that'll show up in session 70.
You're gonna throw it in a big bad's face, and then I have to sit there and go, okay.
Where's my D12 rolls?
If Holden wants to do that, Rose will help him only because she's afraid of what will happen if
So here's my thought. Holden is dumb, but he's not stupid. All right?
okay. Yeah,
He's dumb because he thought of the idea in the first place. However, he is going to use like a shirt or like a cloth to cover his nose and mouth.
Okay.
Nice.
He's an idiot, but he's not a moron.
All right. Well, here's the deal. Because I don't want to penalize you without telling you.
Sure.
If you do it with a hand holding a cloth over your face,
No,
you are
he's gonna,
operating with one hand.
He would be tying it.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah,
You're fine.
that would be so counterintuitive. Like, don't.
Oh no, you have the cloak of billowing, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
However, I
like,
used to have a normal cape. I imagine I still have that, just like laying around.
I say I have the cloak of many fashions. I could probably change its fashion such that it's in a style that covers my nose and mouth at like the collar,
Okay.
This is fair.
and then I could do
You
it.
help him.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are trying to get pollen and you have
Yes.
help, roll a sleight of hand with advantage.
Woo. God, I'm still gonna fail this.
Well, guess before he rolls, Dre. 11. What do you think he's gonna roll?
13.
Six.
Boop. 18.
Oh, better than both of us thought.
You roll at 18.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so mad at you later. You get a. What do you have to put pollen in?
According to my explorer's pack, a water skin. I don't need water. You guys got me covered.
Yeah.
How much pollen are you trying to put into this water skin?
How much? How much?
I'm not gonna be a dick and be like, well,
Look,
how
you
much-
absolutely can. It would take a long ass time
Well, that's
to
the
like
other
milk
problem.
pollen out of these flowers.
It would
I'm
take
gonna
forever.
say, like, I don't know, a quarter of it. Oh, and that's a lot, considering it's pollen.
That is a fuck ton of pollen.
Yes,
Well, you
I'm
can
not
also
gonna
say, like-
fill up this fucking water skin to the top. Hey guys, pause the adventure for a week.
Well, we're doing like. How many flowers are around us?
They're all over the place. They kind of
it like
pepper all
you're-
along the trunks of every tree around you.
Oh wait, I know. No, fuck the water skin. I'm gonna dump out the rainwater bottle. I just have rainwater from when we tried to catch lightning. Fuck
Oh
that.
yeah.
So that way I have an empty bottle, and
Just
then I can like fill that. We'll say like a tenth of the way up
I
with
just want to say
pollen.
to make sure before he does that, after he dumps the water out, I will use shape water to pull all the like little drops on the bottom out, so we don't get any like wet pollen stuck to the bottom.
Oh yeah.
No,
Smart.
no, but I wanted that soup.
Forbidden soup.
Delicious.
Hey pal,
Okay.
have you ever had some of this?
Just drugs.
It's like moonshine, but your skin falls off.
You can absolutely sell this to some druggies and
Heroin.
get a lot of money for it.
Yeah. This is exactly where Brent thought her campaign was gonna go. Is we're gonna become
For sure,
drug
for sure.
lords.
Whenever you leave the Aster Birch, I will give you the table for the hallucinations.
All right.
But I want to make sure you don't absorb another hallucination before it happens, because that would be funnier for you to experience it.
That's true.
I am going to write down 1/10 pollen bottle because now that it's a bottle, I'm not gonna fill this thing up to a quarter.
Yeah. 50 sessions from now, you just go, pollen bottle.
What is this? Aster. I'm just gonna type in 1/10 Aster pollen bottle, and I'm gonna add a note. Causes hallucinations when inhaled, may be ingested to be tested later.
Tested. There's only one way to find out, Jay.
That's the problem. No, it's okay. We'll have to find a willing test subject because if Holden does it on himself, there's no telling if he's gonna be like, lay on hands. Whoo, thank God.
Where's what's his name?
Oh no.
Oh,
Alden.
Alden, yeah.
Yeah.
Alden's with you.
This poor bastard.
This poor guy.
Here, Alden.
Eat stuff with us.
Eat this flower.
Yeah, you guys fill up a vial and then turn around and go, open your mouth. He's like, whoa, guys, wait a minute. Maybe we should talk about this.
Keep this up on this spoon.
I'm not too chill with this, guys.
Now
Look, we
tie
just
this
came out of
band
the
around
stitchy
your
and
upper arm.
I don't know if I can do this too. This is so far above my pay grade as it is.
Wanna do hardcore drugs all
No.
I know you're a cop and everything, but
Yeah, I know you're a cop, but be cool.
do drugs.
Do drugs. Well, it's up to you guys if you want to figure out if you can take it orally or not.
Well, like I said, to be determined. We'll find out
Okay.
later.
Okay.
For now, we march.
All right. Are you sleeping inside the Aster Birch Bramble for the first and second night?
Do you guys want to trail like towards the outside of the forest once we get this pollen? Since we now know that the plants are carnivorous. You know, these flowers are tiny, but that does not mean every plant is.
That's fair.
Oh, whoops. I mean, let's go fight plants.
We could, if we go out, if we leave the forest, would we be leaving to the
No man's
east
land.
towards the water or going back north?
I think we'd probably go back north. Which means it's more of the wasteland area, right?
Could we go back north for the first night towards the wasteland, and for the second night go east towards the water?
Sure.
That sounds good to me. How about you, Alden?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't make me eat pollen, whatever you say.
All right. Well, I have some
It's
bad
your
news for
habit.
you.
No.
Open up.
Yeah, in the middle of the night, Alden's just going to shove an entire flower down your throat and see how you like it.
Alden is unaffected.
Yeah. Whatever could this be?
See, the ingestion part is only important because later on, if we perhaps need to cause a commotion at a fine establishment, like a festival or like a celebration of some sort, and we go, dip some pollen in the punch, and now everybody's
Having a hard time.
So I'm thinking really far ahead when I really shouldn't be.
When we have our next party where werewolves attack, we can
Yes.
put some
But
pollen
instead of disappearing into the punch bowl, we will instead poison the punch bowl.
But it will still be in. Gosh, what is the name of that city? Sarah.
You got this.
Yeah.
Save it for Sarah.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay.
All right.
So you are heading north for the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys are able to do so fairly easily. It's not too much of a walk to leave the forest. It is getting rather dark. The northern portion beyond the Aster Birch Bramble is kind of mostly just vast empty plains with, kind of tall grasses and, the occasional palm tree here and there closer to the ocean's coast. So it doesn't seem like there's anything big for now.
Well, that's all I need. Good night.
Honk shoe, I'm sleeping. Would anyone like to take a watch in the night? What
I
is
think
the
we
plan?
all are. 3 watches.
3
Yeah, I
watches?
mean,
Yeah, just
we
working.
kind of have to.
Alrighty. What order will we be taking the watches?
I can do first.
Alphabetical.
Oh, okay. Sure.
I
And
will be last.
Alden and Ursula.
Said you'll do last.
I will be last. Yes.
Yeah, Alden, Fenris, Holden. It'll be alphabetical.
And that way, I can start
Okay.
training early.
Alden's taking a watch instead of Rose?
I mean, we can flip it.
I mean, Alden doesn't mind. Doesn't mean that Alden's necessarily very good at it.
Rose, would
They'll
you
do
like
it.
to do the walk instead of Alden?
So
Me
yes.
and Alden could both do the watch.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Date night.
Risky. 2
Shut
people
up.
play the
Date night?
Nothing more romantic than sitting out in the middle of a wasteland, making sure the plants don't attack us.
You ever seen
hoping,
Gun
that,
Gale on
hoping that a giant predator isn't hiding in the tall grass.
Everyone's gonna ignore the joke I just made, but it was pretty good.
I didn't hear it.
It said, Rose said nothing more romantic than sitting out in a wasteland talking. I was like, you ever seen Gun Gale online?
I haven't,
No.
but
No.
I'll take your word for it.
It falls on a bunch of deaf ears, I'm
You
afraid.
never watched Sword Art Online season 2?
I have. I'm
No.
being a bitch.
the entire second half
No.
of that season. Is
Sword
just
Art
them
Online
sitting in a
Season 2
wasteland.
is fairies.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's still season 1.
No, I refuse. That's what it feels too long for that to be one
The
season.
first season is 25 episodes.
Did we
Oh,
mention
God.
that the person that wrote us over here was named Jason? And the paddle boat Wiley?
Yep, absolutely.
They were not mentioned. How dare you disrespect him?
My apologies.
I don't know why I wrote that down, but I sure fucking did, and I'm gonna call attention to it.
It's like it's like Jaden, the fucking
For
Shaden.
whatever reason, all I wrote down was "fuck you, Jason, and your boat, the battle boat Wiley," and I don't know why.
But
That's so
when
rude.
when was that? That was not the person that gave you a ride most recently.
Oh no!
Was that in the town where you met that person connected to your past, Holden? Because there were a bunch of sailors there.
Let's see.
Oh, that was it, because he was just haggling you guys.
Yes.
Like harassing you guys from the boat.
Oh my
Yep,
god,
yep,
I
yep.
when was
forgot about
this?
the banana guy.
Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on, we have a problem. It's been here since at least September.
Yeah, that seems about right.
We're coming up in a few months of our 1-year anniversary, by the way.
That's wild.
I
Look
just
at
wrote
us
all
with
caps in
our
the banana
2
guy.
listeners, both of
July
which are us.
24th.
Jesus.
No, on my screen it shows we have 4 people in here that I don't think is one of us.
Dang.
Yeah,
I can't
saw.
see that. That's so weird.
In the viewers list, I see 01 Ella,
Yeah, I saw
Alice
01 Ella.
Hydra, who I recognize the name of, Drapsnat, and Rogue G1RL.
I think that's Rogue Girl.
Oh yeah, that is Rogue Girl. I'm just stupid.
Well, I beg. I didn't see any of those. My apologies. I will also answer that one. Dogger 60H. No. Anyway, we're our own promotion. Thank you. Anyway,
I didn't even see the message.
it's a long message about how they basically want us to pay them to promote our channel. No. No. We will have our 3 listeners of our own merit. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no
Correct.
thanks. Anyway, roll your watches. Give them to me.
Uh-oh.
Rose, you can have advantage, or you can help Alden. It is up to you. Or you can make separate rolls.
Okay. I don't know what Alden's perception is, but it might be better than mine.
3.
I'm not rolling it yet, but I'm getting ready.
Who's taking first watch? Was that Fenris?
No, it's Rose.
Okay.
Rose and Alden.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Triple, yes.
Okay, so I mean, Alden has a +3. It's up to you.
Then that's better than mine. I'll help him.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, Fenris.
Oh! Oh!
Good. Oh, stop. Roll your
Uh-oh.
roll.
Reroll.
Oh,
Hand it over, Shay.
Oh my god.
Just happened. Oh,
I don't know, Bryn.
my
What is
God.
there?
Double nat 20s. Let's go, baby.
Okay, well, spoil my fun, why don't you?
I will. We did.
It would be cool if I could have my Google shortcuts do what I need them to do, but they're not. All right, for Rose and Alden, it's primarily a rather calm night. You watch the sun go down. Your friends are fast asleep. The wind is blowing into your faces and past you into the forest behind you, so there's really no chance of pollen hitting you in the face. There it is. Seems relatively peaceful. Nothing seems to be going on. You watch a couple of rogue creatures go by here and there. I'm trying to pull up a list of them, but for some reason my computer doesn't want me to. Okay, there we go. I'll send you some things that you see. But yeah, it seems relatively fine. You keep your watch, and then when it's time, you wake up Fenris and then go to bed, I assume.
Yes. I ain't staying up.
Nice. You go to bed. Fenris, you are alone, just a lone child out here in the wood. You take note of the same creatures that were pointed out to you by Rose. But you also take note that there are a couple of lights kind of off in the distance that seem to be like flickering and moving, maybe a fire or something.
Okay. How far away do these lights?
There seem to be maybe 2 different light sources. They're probably like maybe 150 feet away, 200.
Are they moving towards us or away from us?
Doesn't seem to be either. It seems to be kind of like fire flickering.
Okay. I will keep an eye on it then, and if the lights start moving towards us, then I will do something about it.
Okay. They don't move. They stay in the same place. By the time it's time to wake up Holden, it seems to be more smoke than like a roaring fire. Like it's kind of
Okay.
gone out over time.
We'll kind of point all that stuff out to Holden and go to bed.
Huh?
Okay.
What?
The same goes with Holden, since Fenris and Holden both rolled a natural 20, which is crazy. You note the smoke, and an hour or 2 into your watch, the sun is starting to show signs that it's going to start rising up soon. You see the bits of color over the horizon. You note that the smoke increases a little bit and then decreases as the light seems to return
And where's the
and
smoke coming
flicker
from?
brightly. It's north of where you guys are, about 150 feet to 200 feet away.
Okay. I will stay put, sadly,
Okay.
and just do push-ups on the grass.
Okay.
Nice.
Can you just tell me your passive perception very quickly?
Yeah, 9, I'm pretty sure. 11.
I see.
Woo! Woo! Thank God it's only an 11.
Okay.
I thought that shit was 9.
You guys have a like stamped down patch of grass, basically, where you've made camp for the night. If you wanted a fire, you could have dug out some of the grass away from the dirt and lit one there. But off to the side, kind of in front of you, but slightly off to your right, while you're doing push-ups, amidst the tall grass, is like a small figure. That isn't moving when the grass moves. It's clearly that there is something there, maybe 1.5 feet tall, just looking in your direction.
I think Holden keeps doing push-ups, but he's just staring at it. Just aggressively, just...
My God. Make an intimidation?
I don't think he's trying to, but I will do it.
Okay. You said you were aggressively.
I mean, it's more of like the aggressive look is like he's just not looking away.
Okay.
If you want to go with a passive intimidation, it's 17.
Okay. All right. I will make you roll then.
Okay.
You watch whatever this is. It seems to be keeping an eye on you. Kind of whether it be curious or not, you have no idea. Maybe it's hungry.
After watching it for a while, can Holden tell if it's on 4 legs or 2 legs?
You rolled a natural 20, so I'm gonna lean off of that. It's on 2 legs.
Okay.
And it has like
On
2
you,
very
if they
large
can move it.
eyes.
I think when he can tell that it's on 2 legs, and there's a chance that it could be like, you know, a goblin or a kobold or something, I think he would just... Hello? Just, you, are you good?
Are you good? Are you still doing push-ups?
I think he stops and he like sits on the ground.
It'd be so much better if you said it.
Make me a
I have
charisma
no idea what
check.
the fuck you just said.
I said it would be. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I said it'd be so much better if you kept doing push-ups while you said it.
No.
Give me a charisma check.
Okay. General?
Yep.
16.
Okay. You hear like a little giggle, and you watch this figure scamper past you guys, keeping to the high brush, scampering off into towards the bramble of the forest.
I think Holden has a moment where he like stands up to go after it, and then he looks back at everybody and goes, shit. And then just... Is it like coming close to the end of, we'll say, of the shift when people will generally start waking up? Okay. If it's towards the end, he'll shake Rose and be like, "Hey, hey,
What?
we were being watched by something small. I think it could have been a child or like a kobold or something. I couldn't tell. But it ran back towards the forest.
Is it gone?
I think. But I don't know if it's coming back. And I was gonna go check, but I needed to tell somebody first, and I'm not gonna go far. I'm not going into the bramble. If that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go look.
Give me 1 second.
Fuck, one.
Yeah. I guess don't go too far.
I won't. I wanted to let you know. I'm not gonna not tell you. Alright,
Is the sun up yet?
yeah, it's getting there. I can see it's peeking over the grass.
Okay. Just be careful.
Will do. On my way, I trip into the brush, and you can no longer see me.
Yeah,
that was
weird.
Up!
I love the idea that the scream disappears with you,
Yeah.
just midway.
It's the fucking
See-
the fucking scene from that Cinderella sequel
I
when he jumped out the window.
I don't know that one.
Brent showed it to us.
Fuck.
The one where
I'm forgetful.
if you take one more, I forbid you from taking one more step down these stairs.
Okay.
Oh,
Out the window.
It's just Holden falling into the forest.
But yeah, Holden's gonna follow that same path towards where he thought he saw it scamper off to.
Okay.
To the edge of the bramble.
Then make a choice. You can either try and roll a survival to follow the break in the grass that it made, or you can make an investigation to see if you can spot it when the tall grass fades away into the forest.
Well, we're gonna do investigation because that sounds more like what he's trying to do. They're the same check, so it doesn't really. 10.
10.
As I got a -1.
Let me roll for it. Okay. You know the direction it went, but you cannot seem to find that trail. How far away are you willing to go?
Holden is willing to go to like the edge of the bramble, but he doesn't want to go in, if that makes sense.
The
Like
edge is
where-
in like
Where the you know how when you walk up to like the edge of the woods or to a forest, there's like a point. What season is it right now?
you guys have just changed areas on the globe recently. Let's see.
It could be because of the red that I saw. But I thought it was fall.
It's kind of like a fall beginnings.
Okay, so there's like
Actually, you guys you're near the
fall-
equator. It's hot.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
When you're in the fall, you know how like when you're at the edge of the woods, there's like a line where the leaves have fallen. And like it's almost like the first tree that you see is where the bramble starts, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he's willing to go, is like up to that first tree.
Okay.
The very edge.
Okay.
But he doesn't want to go in. He's going a little far without friends is a bad idea.
What? That's ridiculous. Okay. You walk up to the edge of the forest, and you look around. You can't see anything at eye level or, below eye level. You don't hear anything, out of the blue. It's different. And when you're kind of like, okay, well, I should probably go back. The moment you kind of like start taking a step back to turn around and leave, a flower crown falls out of the tree above you and lands on your head. It's made out of the same white flowers, but the pollen portions that are in the center of the flower have been ripped out. So it's just the petals.
Oh no! Now I have 2 crowns on my head. Shit!
Oh no!
I'm the king of kings. I think Holden would. I think he would just look up first, like just straight
Sure.
up after something just tapped him on the head.
Sure. Give me one more investigation.
Aye, Captain. 0. 10 again. What the fuck? 10 again.
All right, hold on.
It could have been worse.
Hey, I rolled a 6. What can I say? You look up and you see the same set of very large eyes looking down at you. They have legs and 2 sets of like thin, spindly black arms that are coated in greens and blues and faded reds. They have this like big, puffy, fluffy tan collar of fluff. I don't know where that was going. And the same kind of tanned, fluffy antennas, and these little moth wings with bits of paint and fun designs on them to make them look more like a butterfly than a moth. You see this little, like 1.5 foot tall mothkin child.
I think Holden would smile at them and then he would like reach around to his bag and pull out a little bit of a ration. And I think he would... The tree is tall. I think at first he would like hold it in his hand and he would like look up and go, And I think he would... I'm gonna regret doing this. He would take that cape I mentioned earlier and he would kind of like lay it folded on the ground and put the ration on top of it, and I think he would just back away.
Okay. You watch this little mothkin girl look down at the ration and then look over at you, and she swings down from the branch so that she's just holding on with one set of her arms over basically nothing below her. Open these clearly not fully grown wings and let go, and just really, if I had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 20, perhaps like an 8 in descent, as she flies down and just tumbles into the grass for a second, and then crawls out of the tall grass again and will come over and pick up the cape and the ration, and then walk over to you and try and give you both.
I think he would smile and take the cave, and he's like, "No, you can have the food. It's okay, unless you don't eat these."
You get to, oh no, you can have the food unless, and then it's in the mouth already. Just
never
trying
mind.
to gnaw on it.
That is all yours.
The antennas kind of stick out to the sides a little bit, and she takes the ration out of her mouth and like looks at you and then really slowly starts trying to put the ration back in her mouth.
Like I said, it is. Do you eat things like this? Is this okay? I don't want it to hurt you.
She shake her head a little and go, "It's delicious," and just trying to eat it to be as polite as possible.
Do you are you here alone?
Mm-mm.
Okay, that's what I figured. You understood language, and I figured somebody had to teach you that.
She'll just nod. The ration does disappear. She manages to get it down. She didn't look too pleased about it. She's a child, so she's not very good at hiding the yucked face that she's
I was
making.
gonna say, yeah, her face is doing the like, ugh, but she thanks.
Oh, good. Thank you.
An avocado.
Thanks. It's a ration. Thanks. When she lowers her first set of hands down, she'll raise up the second set, and she has a couple more of the same flower crowns to offer out to you for your friends.
Oh, well, thank you. I will go give them to them. Do you have parents around here? Stranger danger and all that. You don't have to answer me. But I'm worried that you were out here alone.
There's a long, unblinking pause as Mothkin do not have eyelids. And she stares at you for a second and then kind of cocks her head a little and goes, "Why are the strangers in danger?"
No.
She looks around.
Oh no!
For the danger.
No. Stranger danger is a saying to say that strangers can be dangerous to you, because you never know their intentions.
She'll nod pretty quickly and go, "Oh, like the hunters." Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I don't know what. I can assume what those are, and I'm gonna say yes because that sounds bad.
She'll do a little shrug and turn around and start taking some of those flowers off the tree. The pollen is hitting her in the face, but like all the other bugs in the forest, it doesn't bother her. She's sticking them in her chest fur and in her antennas or whatever.
She grabs the flowers and it sprays pollen in her face, and she goes, "My skin's melting," and she just keeps going.
It's funny because I don't have skin. Anyway,
my wings are falling off, and I can feel every moment.
I'm dying.
I am in danger.
Yeah.
As she's pulling those little flowers off and sticking them in her fluff, she'll just say, "Well, the hunters are mean and you're not mean, so I don't think that there's any danger."
Are hunters people? I'm just making an assumption here. Who come into the forest to hunt you, your family, your people, anything that moves?
Well, Grandpa says that they move around a lot to look for us, so that's why we go all over the place.
Oh,
and that's why we have to find my dad, and that's why my mom is dead, and she's just kind of
oh my god,
seriously oversharing.
Rose, help!
Rose, a child.
I'm in social danger. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. You should find your dad. Do you know where he might be? Actually, don't.
Nope.
Oh well, I was gonna say don't tell me, but I guess that works. I'm at a bit of a what is the word? I'm struggling to think of what to do here because I would love to meet your grandpa, but I'm sure your grandpa is scared of most people. Out of not fear. Scared is the wrong word. Hesitant. Maybe a little paranoid. I'm also making assumptions based on what I'm hearing, and that's probably not great.
Well, we go places all the time, and we give stuff for other stuff from strangers all the time. It's called bartering, I think, when you give stuff and you get things.
I think that sounds right. That sounds
So
right
I don't
to
think
me.
I don't think you would be scared.
Okay.
He's super brave, but also very old.
That's the that probably means he's very strong if he's very old.
No.
Oh.
Shut up.
No.
Well, I tried. Oops.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, by the time you get to talk to this guy, he's died. Because he's so old.
Hey, Grandpa, people are here. Grandpa's been sleeping for a very long time. All right. Here, I'm gonna go. I need to head back to my friends before they start worrying about what I'm doing and where I am.
Yeah, you have to go back to wrestling the ground or whatever you were doing before. It looked very funny.
Yes. I was teaching it a lesson.
Did it learn?
No.
No. She looks a little disappointed.
The ground is very stubborn.
She
The
goes,
day I can
steps on the ground.
The day I can push the ground down is the day I win.
She goes, yeah, steps on the ground again. It makes absolutely no sound. Not a single blade of grass bends.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, Holden nods and he's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're welcome
Okay.
to come with me. You don't have to though.
She'll like, her facial expression can't change. I don't know how to explain this outside of like her antennas poof up, like fully alert like a rabbit would do. She goes, do you guys have like paints or flowers or colorful things?
Rose does. A spray of them.
I was gonna say maybe.
She dies.
Yeah, color spray.
She curls up in a ball and explodes.
Color spray doesn't do damage.
Oh, well, there you go. Doesn't it blind you?
Yeah.
You're offering to blind a child.
I always do.
Close your eyes. I don't have eyelids. Ah!
Oh wait, I do.
She'll follow you.
Perfect. I do.
But she is so small that she gets swallowed by the grass. You have no idea if she's with you until you step out into the camp and she just, appears next to your shin.
I was getting worried. Who all would be awake? Would Rose have gone back to sleep?
I think if you come back and you make any kind of noise, I think Rose would kind of open one eye. She probably didn't fall back asleep, but she's that midpoint where you wake up early in the morning and you're not asleep, but you're not awake either.
Yes.
Rose opens her eyes, or opens one eye, looks at Holden, looks at the Moth child, and goes, Holden, why is it every time you disappear you come back with a child?
It's not my fault.
To be fair, when was the last time he disappeared and came back with a child?
Incantation.
You know, that's
Well,
fair.
I didn't come back. you came to me.
What's an
Was-
inundation?
It's like a spell, I think, and it's also a
Ah.
person that we met once.
It's both. What?
Yes, it can be a name. Anything could be a name.
Oh, okay.
What's
That's pretty cool.
what's this child's name? Bolton?
I haven't gotten that far.
You haven't gotten that far.
To be fair,
Hello, child. Come with
I-
me.
I just started talking to them.
But you brought them over here.
Well, they're nice.
Yeah, but you didn't even ask their name.
Well, they didn't ask. we
People
were
don't
gonna
usually
get
like
there.
to give us their names. But I'll give you my name. My name is Speck.
Spec.
That's a nice name, Speck.
My
Thanks,
name is
I know.
Holden.
It's good to meet you, Holden. I promise that I'm not going to use that against you.
I think Holden just shrugs and goes, "Okay."
Rose raises a brow. and
Holden's
goes,
just like, you can try.
No, Holden doesn't know what the fuck that means.
Fenris, can you make a
Alright.
history check for me, please?
Yes.
Like I know what that probably means, but Holden's just okay.
15.
Alright. You have seen people like this pass through your hometown before. They usually don't stick around, and the ones that do kind of, stick to themselves or come out at night usually. These are Mothkin. Mothkin are Fae by nature.
I figured.
They have one thing that makes them very scary to most people, which is the ability to basically, they have like one curse, and they can put it on somebody and they can take it off of somebody whenever they want to, but they can only have one person cursed at a time.
Okay.
So
Do I know
to
what
incur
that curse
the with you rolled a 14,
is? 15.
a 15. Yeah, sure.
Not sure
fuck
that
it.
makes much of a difference, but
That's fine. I'll give you what I dub worthy of a 15. It's called the Leopard Curse.
okay.
It typically happens when you wrong a Mothkin. So, they don't just go, fuck you, stranger, and, curse you.
Yeah.
Those who end up with the Leopard Curse claim to have incredible amounts of bad luck. Or, like, oh, my hair all fell out, or, I lost my entire fortune, or, like, my sister died, or, just like something. It's hard to know what the Leopard Curse does, because the moment somebody is cursed or believes they are cursed, they claim that anything bad that happens to them is the Leopard Curse.
Okay.
There you go.
Gotcha. I think Fenris immediately goes, "Oh, you're a Mothkin.
Mm-hmm.
Have you or your well, did she say she had a granddad yet?
Nope.
No.
And I think Fenris walks up and crouches down next to her and points to his ears and says, "I'm also a Fae, kind of like you."
She'll reach out and like touch your ear and then like pat you on like the forehead and go,
Yeah.
neat.
Fenris just gives her a little grin and then goes back to prepping for the day.
When you start walking away, she goes, "Yeah, and I'm a Mothkin, but only for now. One day I'll be a butterfly." And she'll show you her
Ooh.
wings that she's painted with all the colors.
Nice.
Yep. One day
very-
I'll be super big.
That's very
super strong.
exciting.
Yep. I know.
Well, nice to meet you, Speck. You can just call me Rose.
Okay, Rose. I promise I won't use that against you either.
That's fine.
What does that mean?
Well, sometimes people think that if I have if 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 I have your name, that I could use it to do bad things to you.
Oh, that's a thing.
Yeah.
But I don't really want to, and I don't know how to do it yet.
Oh, well, thank you. I guess it's maybe I don't know. That's beyond my brain. It's whatever. Holden Rose. I don't know if you said your name. Mr. Fayman. I'm not gonna give your name away if you don't want to give it away.
Oh, my name is Fenris.
Yeah.
She takes a couple of tries. She goes, Faris. Benaris.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Naris. It's not to herself. Like, yeah.
Is Alden awake or is he still passed out?
Alden's still out cold.
Okay. And
He's like a deeper sleeper.
I think Holden just won't mention him.
You don't have to. Spec will take one of the flower crowns that she had pre-made for the group and just go over and just drop it on the side of Alden's head.
Oh, shit. I think she, like, pulls it out and he goes, oh, that's right. That's why I came back. And he, like, takes out 2 more and goes, Spec made these for us.
Wow.
Here's one for you, Fenris, and here's one for you, Rose.
Thank you, Spec. This is very nice. Rose is gonna finally get out of bed, and like just sit up.
Spec is squatting down next to Alden, who's still out cold, and she goes, "Yep, I make those all the time." And I'm like, "I'm super good at them." And she's taken out like a little jar of like something red. She dips one of her hands, like the tip of her hand, into it and starts like drawing a little butterfly on Alden's cheek.
Yep, this is acid.
This will kill you in 3 minutes.
I was told that I should never
Better find the
paint.
cure.
This is super flammable, so don't be anywhere near the sun. Yep, she finishes the butterfly and just tucks the paint away. She's got a little why can't I think of it? It goes like from the shoulder to the opposite hip. It's not like a shoulder bag, but it's a sash. It's not a satchel. It's like a sash. It goes like shoulder to hip, and it's got like a couple of like little jars of different sizes with different colors inside of it. Most of them are fairly empty except for red.
I think Holden would point at the little jars and say, "Is that why you were asking about colorful things?"
Yep, I like to color my wings because right now they're not very colorful. And she'll like pat Alden on the side of the head and say, "What? You're not a very beautiful butterfly right now, but one day you can be if you try really hard." That's what my grandpa says as she gets up.
I can't wait for Alden to wake up and he goes, "Why is there paint on my face?" And we go, "Well, a child called you ugly."
The only way he'd even know about the paint is if you pointed it out. Because how's he going to see that? He'll go, "Why is there a flower crown on the side of my face?"
And we go, "Oh, well, a child called you ugly."
Where's your family, Spec?
Over there, you can see the smoke, and you can go that way to see it.
Oh, I was gonna go check that out when everybody woke up, but I guess that works.
Yeah, we should probably get Spec back to her
Yes.
family.
All right. I can walk her over there, or we can all go. However we want to do this.
Let's just all go. I'm interested.
All right. We walk over and we go, "Hey there, Specs family."
200
gold or she gets it.
Spec's like, what do I get?
A fun playtime.
Oh!
Don't give him 200 gold.
Okay. I assume you wake up Alden, who does the exactly what I said. Of like, why is there a flower crown on the side of my face? He'll get up and go, why is there a bug child?
I was gonna say, I think Holden would. Well, the Spec made one. Why is there a bug child? Well, I found her in the grass.
Spec will nod and like stick up at like one of her arms into the sky and like wave a little and go, I was in the grass. It was me. And I'll go, yep. I can tell. So are we taking a kid with us, or what are we doing?
No, we're gonna take the kid back to the family.
Right. Which family? What's happening?
Her
That way.
family.
Sounds good. Just start kind of like tiredly walking that direction. Clearly not a morning person. Clearly in need of caffeine. Can't have any of it.
Hey, you know what will work as caffeine? Your skin falling off.
Hey, take a breath of this.
Take a quick shot. Down the whole jar. Why don't
It's gonna melt your bones.
Do a quick snort. My morning drug.
You had every opportunity to put that in his face while he was asleep. You didn't do it.
No,
Missed
I don't-
opportunity.
Look, it's fun to joke about, but I'm not an actual piece of shit.
We're not sociopaths.
Well,
I am.
Well, okay. So you guys head over to toward where that smoke is coming from. Beck basically has to jog to keep up with your walking, but she really doesn't seem to mind it. When you guys do arrive, just because this is really funny that children do this, and I just want to call it out because I think it's hilarious. She off of her belt pulls like a jar that's full of water, and she starts like chugging that water without taking a breath, and then with the cup still like at her mouth, it's just like tilted back a little bit so the water's not going in her mouth, and just starts like breathing into the cup. And then we'll go back to drinking. You know what I'm talking about when kids do
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, she does that one. But yeah, before you can see that there are 2 fires and a couple of tents around. There are, how many tents? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 tents. You can see a couple of different people walking around. They're all Thrycreen, Mothkin, or like one probably human, the best that you can tell. Spec, after finishing chugging water, starts pointing to people and going, that's Venus and Wandis, and that's Grandpa Whitmore, and that's Jordy, and that's Taichin. And then she hesitates and points to the last one and goes, and that one's Boss. When you look at Boss, you hear, and I wrote this down, it's my favorite thing ever. You hear intense Linkin Park music only when you're looking at him.
what?
Like really intense Linkin Park guitar, you know?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
heavy metal.
But only when you're looking at him.
Yep.
Fenris looks at him, and then slowly looks away, and then slowly looks back, and slowly looks away, and
Every
then just
time
looks
you-
at you guys and goes, Did you put pollen in my face?
No, I. Did you?
No.
Yeah. This is a lovely community.
Thanks. Yeah, we used to be more people, but now we're not because they all died. And Spec just jogs away to her grandfather, who was looking in the tent for her, and then she does like a really awkward flutter motion where she kind of wobbles back and forth in the air and like falls into the back fluff of Whitmore and kind of halfway disappears into the fluff.
All right, guys. I hope you guys also brought your guns.
Yep, now's the time.
It's a good thing we revealed
shared your
ourselves as
names.
hunters.
What's your name? Oh, my name is Hunter.
That would have been really funny if one of your names was Hunter.
Oh,
hey
yeah,
man,
yeah.
my name's Hunter. What?
Kill him.
How to give a Mothkin PTSD. Step 1.
Step
Name yourself
one.
Hunter.
Have your parents name you Hunter.
Step 2. Fucking exist.
T-pose towards the Mothkin.
Boss is so stupid.
Boss is also probably fully grown and just maybe a little bit taller than Spec. Just an absolute short king.
Oh my god. Are they all tiny?
Spec and Boss are fairly small. Taichin and Whitmore, most of them are like normal ass size, honestly. Jordy's a little bit on the smaller side of like maybe 5 foot.
Mm.
Whitmore's fairly tall, actually, pretty like slender and tall. And then Wandis is a little more stocky in terms of they're like stronger than they are, reliant on their strength or their strength. What just happened to me? On their height.
No.
Thanks. I spoke as like a 2-year-old for just long enough that I lost my vocabulary capability. It's pretty good.
What was I gonna say? Fuck, it just left me. I've had so many words just leave me today.
Yep, I relate to that one.
Man, could you have imagined if we had like ignored Spec? Spec had gotten lost in the bramble, somehow. Obviously, she wouldn't. But then we go check out the smoke, and they go, "You bastard! What'd you do with her?" And we're just, huh?
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Guys, we found it. It's Ebony Arch 2.
It's Ebony Arch.
Yeah.
Well, except it's on.
That's what I was gonna
It's
say.
a traveling place.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. To carry story along, you see Whitmore try and like get Spec off of his back so that Whitmore can kind of scold Spec for going away. You hear Spec say like something along the lines of like, "Well, there weren't any hunters. There were just these other people here, so I brought them with me."
Hello.
I was gonna say, how does that? What's that like? Does
The
his
reaction?
neck break over the like head whip that he does?
Well, Spec's not very quiet, so multiple people actually do this head whip towards you. It's Whitmore and Wandis and Boss are probably the main ones. Jordy as well.
Okay.
Immediately, they all just kind of like look in your direction when your presence was announced.
Hello.
Hi there.
Spec will wiggle free of Whitmore's hands and like jog back over to you guys. As like people start kind of surrounding you, not fully, like just on the frontal side. You guys could turn and run if you so desired. And Spec goes, "You have to promise you're not going to use their names to hurt them because they're super nice." And one of them fed me some food that was. It was food. It was
It was a ration.
Yeah, a rabbin. What
Yes.
he said. Exactly. Whitmore is like a fairly mostly white colored mothkin with bits of black at the wingtips and wearing this like longer blackened garb. They step over and like kind of slowly pick up Speck by under the arms while Speck's kind of rambling about how rabbins are probably made of meat, and Speck's never had that before, but Speck's pretty sure that it's not good for her body or whatever. She's just kind of rambling.
I think she says something along those lines, and he went, I said if it wasn't good for you, you didn't have to eat it. Don't do that to yourself.
Well, my grandpa says I can be whatever I want to be, like a butterfly or a carnivore, so I had to try it, to see if I wanted to be one. I don't.
It's always good to try things, I guess. Hello.
Yeah, are you
Whitmore
saying anything to us?
Yeah, Whitmore will speak up and go, "Thank you for bringing Speck back. I'm so sorry if she woke you."
Oh no,
It's very clear that Whitmore's like looking you over for, hunting weapons and things like that, which you
No,
have
I
weapons,
was,
but they're not out.
I was doing some morning training, and she was watching me from the brush.
Whitmore sighs, looks at Speck. That's Speck. She's like, "What? He was wrestling the ground and he didn't win, though."
I was doing.
When I was preparing for violence, your child.
While I was sharpening my axe with that says Fey Hunter on the side of it.
Yeah.
Whitmore will sigh and put Speck down and kind of shoo her away to one of the tents so that she can get ready for the day. She'll wave at you guys and then hurry off into the tent. You can see vague movements while she's inside. The boss never speaks, but whenever you look in boss's direction, you do hear the Linkin Park.
That's wild.
Jordy will speak up and go, "Where did you guys come from? Because we just came from the main road. I feel like we would have passed you."
Oh, we came from the ocean.
We took a boat.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Why would you stop here, of all places?
Well, we stopped a day that way because that's where the closest the boat driver would take us to the wasteland.
The person who owned the boat wasn't actually they had another job, and so they just kind of put us here. We're on our way to the main road.
Okay. Jordy opens her mouth again to say something, and the top person, Venus, which is this human woman with a simple gown and the really old medieval beekeeper mesh over the face, pushes Jordy aside very gently and goes "Are you guys also here to study all the bugs?"
No.
No.
We
You're
did
not-
collect some of the pollen, though.
You're not entomologists.
I'm
I'm the
sorry.
only one that wants
What-
to be one. It's all this.
Rose, what is an entomologist?
The person who studies bugs. Context
Oh.
clues. Hold.
I didn't get that far.
Fenris laughs.
That's second grade material, Rose.
Put 2 and 2 together. I don't know.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
5? What do you want from me?
Ooh.
If you're interested in being an entomologist, I could share so much incredible information. Like how bees can fly up to 60 miles in a day. Fascinating.
Really?
Yeah, and ants can carry up to 50 times their own weight. More even.
That's pretty crazy.
I would love to be an ant.
I think Rose has she's like, oh well, thank you, but I'm not a huge and then she'll look around at the company, the present company, and say, I'm not into entomology.
I'm not a big fan of bugs.
Yeah, that's what
Rose
she
says in
was
this crowd of bugs.
That's so funny.
Venus actively deflates a little bit.
So
She's in her rambles has taken out like pressed butterfly wings, between pieces of glass and like things like that to like ramble more about
Ooh.
bugs. And when you go, I'm not about that, Venus goes, oh,
Oh, this
yeah.
is
I mean, most people aren't, and she just puts it away.
Uh,
It's like,
I think
This
is gonna be-
It's just not my thing.
yeah, no, it's fine.
oh, Holden's gonna dig around in his bag and pull out a pinned wing frame that I got from the basement. I was told that there was some kind of wing on the inside, and that it could have been butterfly or pixie wings. And I think Holden just pulls it out and goes like, "Is that what this is?"
Venus will clearly get like very excited. She'll come over and go, "May I? Can I see it?"
Absolutely, I don't know what it is.
Oh, exciting! And she'll take it, and like hold it really close to this mesh over her face, and like look it over, hold it up in the beginnings of the rising sun. And everyone else is kind of like looking at her, waiting for her to just like be like, "Oh, well, this isn't," like kind of go off on a tangent. She doesn't do that for a minute, and everyone kind of like looks at each other a little bit confused. While she's doing that, Tyken is kind of slowly approached and speaks up from the back and goes, "So, sorry, where are you going?" It's just
south.
it's rare to see people around here.
Hold on. We're headed to Jahar at the moment.
Oh, that's pretty far away. I mean, best of luck. Stay on the main roads,
Of course.
Keep an eye out for bandits and bears, and they just kind of go on this like ramble that fades away of like, watch out for bandits and bears, or tigers don't really come out here, but a tiger might show up, or keep an eye out for
Saber tooth and
exactly.
We go okay and walk straight into the forest.
A huge mammoth appears out of nowhere and stomps you under the floor. You should have stayed on the trail.
you actually, as you approach the forest, a vine snags your neck from a nearby tree and kills you immediately.
Yeah. You get dragged up into the canopy, never seen again.
Oh!
And we're just standing there.
I wonder who that was. It's a good thing it's only been Rose, Holden, and Alden this whole time.
Yeah.
While this is going on, you hear Wandus make some like clicking noises. That doesn't make any sense to you. Jordy will kind of like nod along to what Wandus is saying. You see Venus step over to Whitmore while people are like chatting and then asking you questions about, why are you going to Jihar, and how did you, like, where are you from, and blah blah blah. They're being fairly friendly. You see Venus step over to Whitmore, and they're both kind of looking over this set of wings for a little bit. They both kind of like look in your direction, the group, and then look back at the wing.
Did you? Oh.
Venus will offer it back to you and go, "Can I just? Where did you find this?"
That's a long, short story.
What?
Here, short version: Shadowfell.
What is a shadow? Oh, the town. Why did you go there?
No.
When like the portals open, the white and black ones.
No, that's the.
To the Stygian?
Is that?
Yeah.
I thought it. I guess.
The short
yes,
answer is Stygian.
Like you stepped in and stepped back out?
Yeah, we were in there for 2 days.
Oh
I
man,
think.
we're just.
What?
We're just handing this stuff out.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's been that was yesterday that we got out. It's been 2 days ago. It's been a long 2 days. Okay.
So you went into the Stygian and you stuck around in there for like a little while and you found this on the ground?
No, there was a castle. And in the basement of
What?
that castle, there was a room filled with these.
In
So I-
fact, it
so
was
I-
this guy's castle.
Oh!
Your shadow grows very long along the tall grasses.
Welcome to the king of the Stygian!
This like 8-foot tall shadow man towers
Yeah.
over the bugs.
It's a wrestling.
Towering
It's a
8 feet
WWE
tall with a
intro.
kill count of 1.
Yeah, Caledon
Orb.
speaks for the one and only time and goes, "Everyone beneath me looks like ants, but this is ridiculous." But
Oh my
uh, Venus looks like a little disappointed. He goes like, "Wow, it's gonna be really hard for me to find one of those. Then, darn it. Hold on, let me go get a book." And she hurries off and comes back with a thick, very old-looking tome. She's flipping through it and she goes like, "I haven't seen one of these ever, but I've like heard about them before. They're a kind of mothkin that used to exist a long time ago. They were kind of like the high fae version of the mothkin, basically. They're called Titan mothkin, but they're actually the world's smallest high fae." And she flips around the book. I prepared for this, you stupid bitch. I knew you were gonna do this shit.
That's fine.
Anyway.
That's fine. I'm proud.
She flipped around the book, and there is this like kind of very unassuming looking meek mothkin with these fairly small, comparably small antennas, and these atlas looking wings, like blues with, just like a star chart across their wings. She continues on and says the Titan mothkin were like super rare, mostly because they were probably super small, but also because people would trap them in little cages, and supposedly they had maps to legendary locations on their wings, and the only way to get it would be if they willingly shared it, which typically wasn't done by asking politely.
Or I see. So they would share the information hoping to get out of the cage.
Yeah, usually.
And then I'm assuming based on the frame, they would not be let out of the cage.
Well, sometimes. I mean, I wasn't around, alive at that time probably, but from what it says in the probably from what it says in the book, sometimes they would get sneaky and give false locations that would kill their captors. So my guess is that this was a Titan mothkin that gave a false location and they got caught for it.
Gotcha.
It would be like if I lied to you and told you to go somewhere and you went, "This is at the right location," and then you cut my arms off. I'd still live, but I wouldn't be able to eat soup ever again.
What a strange analogy.
Huh.
Jordy speaks up and goes, "That's not an equal comparison at all, Venus." And Venus goes, "Shh."
Rose goes, I understand. Like if my wings got cut off, then I understand that part of it.
See,
soup-
it makes
no,
perfect sense,
soup.
Jordy.
I think soup is a pretty big part of someone's.
I'm agreeing that the arm analogy makes no sense. I'm just saying that I would relate.
No,
to...
I'm saying the arm analogy works.
Thank you.
Soup is a pretty big loss.
How would you rate soup as a part of your life?
10. 25.
What is
Yeah.
the scale?
On a scale of soup's all right to soup is in my blood, where would you say soup lies?
I would say soup is in my brain.
Whoa, that wasn't even on the scale. Okay. So there you go.
Okay.
I will copy and
Write
paste the
that
information
shit
for you.
down.
Here's verbatim what I wrote.
And just to check, Venus is like a human amongst these Mothkin?
As far as you can tell, you can't see her face, but she has humanoid features, but doesn't have horns or tail or scales or anything like that. It could be elven, she could be human, she could be a really tall halfling. Who knows?
Well, I mean, we could also just ask. What was her name again?
Venus?
Venus.
Hey, Venus.
Mm-hmm.
What species are you?
You all
that's I wish. That's kind of a complicated question for me to answer, I think. Especially, take me on a date first. You don't need to know all that. It's a longer story than you have time for, probably.
Okay.
Okay. Are you Fae?
No.
Oh.
Oh.
I wish, again.
Well, I am, but
That's pretty cool. What are you... Oh, wait, hold on. How does that make... How are you here?
That's the
Because
problem.
the Feywild's all cut off and stuff, right?
there's lots of Fae here. Just where we live is not on this continent.
Where are you from?
The
we're
island of
from-
Feyland.
It's all the same thing. No, it's not. We're from Mahia. I'm from Mahia.
I'm sorry.
We've never left Pirios, but if there's face stuff, she looks kind of longingly over towards Wandis and Whitmore. Wandis makes some sort of clicking noises, and Whitmore just nods and goes, "I agree." Phoenix goes, "I don't even know what that means. What did she say?"
They're pulling out their swords and
Yeah.
toward-
It's time for you to die. Lay down.
Also, the Feywild's in very bad shape.
That too.
We went there. It seems to be overrun with creatures.
Like me.
No.
I know.
But yeah. Are we getting on the road again, guys?
Who?
Oh,
We probably should be.
Man, no. What the fuck? I'm gonna shoot you. Bryn, are you still
Oh, actually-
alive?
Uh-oh.
Oh
Is
no.
she still alive? She did.
Bryn's dead.
Well,
All right. Well, Shay, go ahead. Start running it. Start running the
all right. You guys awaken in a dark castle. All you can feel is a damp stone floor pressed against your cheek. Oh shit. Bryn just left.
The dragon disappeared on stream. Let's
Oh,
go.
no.
It's my session now.
I'm back.
I fixed it. I
I'm sorry.
just sprayed you with water.
Thank you.
What was the last thing you heard / said?
I heard somebody say we should get on the road, and then you said, "What the fuck is wrong with you? I will destroy you," or something like that.
Okay.
And then everything went completely silent, which explains so much because I was talking earlier, and it was so clear that nobody was hearing me. And I was like, "What's happening?"
Yeah,
right now?"
you had been silent for a while, and so it got quiet for us. which is
That's
when
wild.
they went. So should we get on?
Should we-
Yeah,
Really?
I'm sorry.
What was
You're
the
okay.
last thing you said?
I had said that like Venus went to put her book away, and Jordy had offered that if you guys needed supplies, that Wanda's typically carries most of their tradable goods.
Mm,
I was about to ask
Oh.
about ordering.
open up the trade shop. Let's go.
Wanda sells
It's time to
lesser-
barter ding.
yeah, as Spec would say, it's time to barble.
Barble.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Wanda's has mostly just like lesser potions. She would have better stuff, but that would require access to better materials. So if you run across Wanda's in the future and you have stuff to give her, she could make better things.
Mm.
Nice.
Let me pull up a list of like
Race this one,
general potions.
While you do that, I'll be right back.
Well, you know what? This is a great time for us to take a quick break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That
We'll
works.
take our 15 minutes right here. That'll give me time to pull up the potions because
Let's
I wasn't sure if we were going to need them.
just up it to 20. Fuck it. You know what? Let's
What
up
is
it to
the-
30. Why not an hour?
What is the race of Wanda's?
Do what?
Is Wanda's a Mothkin?
No, Wandis, Jordy, and Taichin are Thrycreen, which are basically like bug ant people.
Okay.
We will take our break right here. It is 9:42 for me, so we'll aim to start up again at 9:57.
Okay.
Alrighty, well,
Uh,
an incredible time for a food question if anyone has any, or if anyone needs to
I have
use the old bathroom.
a legitimate question. I don't know if you saw me ask earlier, but I have to be at work real early in the morning. I don't know what time you wanted to end at today.
The goal would probably be the same time around midnight, but we can end earlier if you would be comfortable, wanting to do so.
I think like around, I don't know, 11:30 might be best for me. If possible, because I don't want to shave too much time off session.
Okay.
God knows when it's gonna happen again.
Hopefully it should happen regular time, right? The 22nd?
Yeah, that's the hope. But
We can
it's been a month
pray.
or
Yeah.
more.
Oh, I have a food question.
Sure.
Favorite soup?
Tomato. My dad made a delicious homemade tomato soup from scratch with me today, and I brought it back with me to my apartment, and it's always fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good grilled cheese and tomato soup always hits the spot.
Chili.
Okay, I don't consider chili a soup.
Why not?
I feel like chili is more of a stew.
I will die on this hill. If chili has to be a soup, because I will always argue that cereal is soup.
I will always argue that that's because you guys are weirdos that put milk in your cereal.
Like, here's my thing with that is like, I feel like for it to be a soup, it has to be base liquid with stuff in it, and chili is not base liquid. It's
It
not
depends on
mostly-
how you make it. Because, like, there's the chili that you get on, like, hot dogs and stuff like that. That's typically less liquid than, like, eating chili on its own.
Chili, it's like that. Like chili on a hot dog.
Okay, yeah. Like, if you eat chili, like, at least the way my family makes it and the way I make it, there's a lot of liquid in chili.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of it similar to the taco soup that Shay makes.
Yeah, that would be considered a
Well,
stew.
I think I
yeah,
would
but
consider
taco
that
soup isn't a chili though.
it's different, but like
But yeah, but yeah, that would be my favorite soup.
It would be your favorite soup, wouldn't it?
What is your problem?
Put them up.
Put 'em up.
Shay, what's yours?
My favorite soup?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a soup
What?
connoisseur.
I'm not a
What?
soup.
I think I would be able to guess your favorite soup if you can't think of one.
I mean, I guess taco soup. But
I was gonna
like
say-
you guys said, you think that's a stew, so it's kind of out of the question.
Well, I was gonna say I figure yours would be ramen.
That's not a soup.
That is
On the
that's
front of every ramen packet, it says ramen noodle soup.
that's literally a soup.
No.
Ramen,
Oh.
ramen is, by
Ramen is a
definition,
noodle dish with a broth. Fuck
you say-
you.
That's a soup.
Shut up.
What is the
No,
what
it's
is the
not.
difference between what is the like other than the spices in it? What is the difference between ramen and chicken noodle soup?
Oh, that's easy. It's you don't care about the fucking noodles. You care about the soup. I could take the noodles out of ramen and they would be delicious. I can't take the noodles out of chicken noodle soup and have them taste delicious. They're poo-poo ass.
Well, I think
You
you're right.
could. You
Shut
could
up.
take the noodles of the
Shut
chicken
up. I
noodle
have to
soup.
die on this hill.
You don't.
I do.
I don't even know
I
why
would
you're
not
on the
I would
hill
not
to
list
do it.
ramen as a favorite soup. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite soup. I haven't had soup in a long time. I guess tomato soup. That's the most recent soup
good.
I've had.
My favorite
Oh,
is miso.
Miso's good. Miso is a good. I was gonna say either miso or the what is it? The like hot and sour soup you can get at some Asian restaurants.
Also a banger at most restaurants.
Yes.
Although we did find a restaurant in Blacksburg that I got hot and sour soup at with Shay, and it was poo-poo ass.
Oh. Which one was it? Out of curiosity.
Marco and Luca.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Damn. I never ate there.
They had decent dumplings, but their hot and sour soup was not great. And we
Oh.
found better places with better dumplings, so now we have no reason to go there.
Oh,
Disappointing.
and their pork bun wasn't that great.
Oh, and then had bad pork bun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disappointed. To think
It
I
was-
almost ate there several times and then decided against it.
Well, we
It was
only went
very-
there because I saw the font and the name and went, that might be a Spanish restaurant. And it
No.
wasn't.
No.
And we ate there anyway.
Do you guys care if I risk offending the 4 people who are watching our stream right now?
Sure,
Yeah, go
go
for
ahead.
it.
Not in an aggressive way. I've been sitting in the background going through these like 4 people that are in here as viewers right now to see if I can tell which ones are real and which ones are bots. And if you're not a bot, please, I'm not trying to like get messages for like to like up our
Reaction.
stream quality, you know. I'm just genuinely curious because some of these people show up fairly like regularly, which is fantastic, unless it's a bot. The only one who I currently believe is a real person is Rogue Girl, because they have a good follower count and their about page is very well filled out. Everyone else says like a little smiley face or just nothing. And so I can't tell who's real and who's not. I will call out. I will give a shout out to everyone at the end anyway because I always appreciate when people show up. But it's my favorite game to do, to try and see who has a pulse and who does not.
To be fair, Bryn,
Yep.
on one thing, my name in chat is Sonotic Lion.
Yes, I know yours,
My
but
page is fucking blank.
which would make me believe that you're a bot.
Exactly.
Owen Ellis suggests a streamer. That's something.
Yeah, and Drapsnat also does, I think.
I like that we're stalking. We're like going to the pages. Oh, let me
Proof?
see.
So the thing
Listen,
is,
chat. Prove
do
to
all
me
of
that
you-
you're real, and I will follow you right this second.
Ooh, that's
do
a
all of
huge.
us
That's huge.
do all of us
All
have
of
the
us will
stream-
follow you. Prove it to me that you're
I-
do
real.
all four of us have the stream open, or all three of us?
Mm,
That isn't Shay.
I mean, Shay has Tabletop Tabernacle open, which
yeah.
that
Yeah.
would be a hilarious follow. I don't think Tabernacle follows anyone.
But
I
like,
know. I know.
do all of us have the thing open? Because it says 3 viewers, like 3 active viewers.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure-
for whatever reason, it says 3, but there are like 7 people
Well,
in here.
So if you have the stream open and you're not on, like, clicked on the tab, it shows you in the lobby, but not in the viewer count.
Ah,
If
okay.
you have it on in the background and are listening while you're doing other stuff, it doesn't show you in like the 3, but it does show you in the thing.
Okay.
Prove to me you're listening.
These
Come
are the-
and verbally harass me,
These
and
are the
I will
two,
follow you,
and
and I'll thank you.
from the website that we can't open because
Keep
they're
in.
part of
That's
the
can't.
Dungeon of the Mad Mage. I just put them in the little text chat.
All right.
Wow.
Well,
I kind of like the Watchful Rest one.
it's pretty good.
I'm not gonna lie, the only two that my animal brain is looking at is Potion of Growth and Potion of Watchful Rest.
The what's the potion of growth? Is
Uh,
that just like
Enlarge,
enlarge,
reduce, but it's only enlarge.
Yeah. Okay.
I will be right back.
Uh-oh.
Get out of here.
Bryn, run.
No, I'll lock. My doors are locked. I should be relatively safe.
Oh, we could get a potion of hill giant strength. That's pretty good. A filter of low.
That sad moments in D&D campaigns when you're no longer Evelyn.
Tragic.
You can just make the potions.
You just gotta wait for next Sunday, I guess. On the
Also,
the off
random
days,
side note,
Eric.
because I think I talked to you guys about this, about being frustrated about this. I know it was a slightly big change, but I tried to make a change to Evelyn purely for combat reasons, and Eric was like, "It'll take you like 6 sessions," and I went, "Fantastic."
I will, as a DM, I will say that Eric is offering to give you a feat and like he changed up your entire thing so that you are not going to just die when your
Yeah.
curse ends. And I
Okay,
think those are two very huge things.
But I thought that was going to happen anyway. Like, I feel like that was set up.
I think he made that choice after hearing your complaints.
Are you sure? Because, like, I don't know. I don't feel like Eric is stupid enough to set up a character plot to, like, not be accessible. Does that make sense?
I guess so.
Like, I don't feel like he would be like, this is your character motivation, you die for doing it. Like, I feel like Eric is smarter than that. To be like, okay, you go check off box, make new character.
Possibly, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
But
it's
then what
probably
would
just
be the
something you
point?
should talk to him about
What would be
between
the
sessions.
What would be the point of the first part, though? Why not just give you the correct information? Why make you stressed out about it?
you know, that's what I was wondering, but I just think it's that, like, it was for the purposes of story, and that we had been told to talk to this person anyway, and I think I would have found out from them regardless.
Okay.
I just don't know. Like, it's a whole thing. But essentially, to get what I'm talking about, Bryn, I wanted to basically change my fighting style for Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
And which I can do pretty easily by like any on a level up. I can change my fighting style. So that part is like not like super out there to do. The hard part is I have the dual wielder feat that goes with my fighting style. So I wanted to change my fighting style, which was the only thing. But I asked him if I could do it not in a level up to try and help make up for like being down a player. And basically he's like, it's gonna take a bunch of sessions, and I was like, but I can just do it at a level up. Like
No.
come faster than 6 sessions? I don't know. But, like that
Well,
was the
look,
thing.
man.
Is it
Good.
Oh, is it at a level up or an ability score improvement?
It's at a level up for the UA Ranger.
Because I think when you said it to Eric, you said it was at like an ability score improvement.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, and that may have contributed to his, because you wouldn't have gotten that for a couple of levels then.
Yeah, it might be good. Just before next session, just bring it up to him and voice your concerns openly, because I'm sure it wasn't talked about enough with him at the time. Why did our viewer count just go to... Hold on, there are 5 people here. Listen up. If you're 01 Ella, Alicidra, Drapsnat, or Rogue Girl, if you will prove to me in like a single message, you never have to text again if you don't want to. Prove to me you're real, and I will follow you, because I just want to know who's a real person and who's a robot. That's all. I promise. Please. Anyway, back to session time, I suppose. Oh, one person left. Never mind.
Uh-oh.
No, they didn't leave the viewers. They just clicked off the page, I think. All right, fine. You're all robots until I'm proven else otherwise.
Is Shay back?
Shay?
No, Shay is forever.
It's unfortunate. It's start time.
Oh, uh-oh. Idiot.
So anyway, I push Holden off of the cliff, and he can't stop me.
That's wild. You're in a field. Where'd that cliff come from?
It's imaginary, and it's right here. I shoved the pollen in his
Whoa. That's whoa. You don't even know what the pollen does.
I cast a hallucinatory terrain, except I'd like to make the terrain real.
Oh.
I'd like to use that illusion wizard feat that just lets you make your illusions real.
Oh, for sure.
Because that's actually a thing.
I push Holden down a hole. I don't know what to tell you. He's been pushed into a pit.
That, by the way, random thing. School of Illusion Wizard, because of that, is so cool to me.
It is pretty cool.
Just because of that like high level ability of like, so yeah, these illusion shits you can do. Yeah, for like the next like length of like X length, they're real.
Pretty wild. Whoa. I just tried the water bottle flip, it didn't work.
Unfortunate.
You guys remember the water bottle flip?
Yeah.
Alright, well, whenever Shay gets back, we'll start up session again. It seems like I'm not going to be proven wrong. I think that you guys are just, I guess you're trolling me. Oh, well, one of them is Ashley now. Hi, Ashley. I'm trying to get the other 4 people in here to prove to me they're not a robot by sending a single message, and it seems like they're not going to do it, so they're robots now until they prove me wrong. Also, welcome to session.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
Prove to us you're real.
Alright, Zach, you're gonna have to go beat the shit out of Shay. I don't know where he went.
I'm not in my apartment.
Wow.
I'm at home.
In your apartment. Go get Shay.
No, I'm at home on my phone. Go back Wednesday.
Dang it.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
I'm gonna text him. It's just really annoying. Shit. You're supposed to come back.
Oh, what the?
What?
None of us. We had a whole conversation about what our favorite soups are, and not a single one of us said chunky gazpacho.
Well, that's because it's a band, worldwide, world-renowned band, Chunky Gazpacho.
Oh my god, you're so right, and I hate that you are. We're morons. It was like our thing.
Because I looked up like what's the difference between a soup and a stew, and like one of the things said like soup can be hot or cold, and I was like cold soup like gazpacho. Oh my god!
Ashley, what is your favorite soup?
That's
Tell us now.
Tell us now.
I believe the other votes for miso, and mine was tomato. What was yours, Dre?
I said chili, but like I think I might go with ramen because ramen is delicious.
Oh, ramen can be so good.
Specifically top ramen.
Yes, actually, yeah,
Ramen.
top ramen. I like Maruchan.
Guys, I think I harassed 01 Ella enough for her to just leave. She's gone.
Uh-oh.
I didn't mean to be aggressive. I'm sorry. I just wanted to know if you were real.
Some of them disappeared like an hour in and then came back.
I still feel very strongly that some of these are bots, but I also feel bad calling potential real people robots. Like, that's mean.
Well, I mean, if they just communicated with us, we wouldn't have a problem now, would we?
Tragedy. Well, I'm going to start with you two because Shay's getting chicken out of the microwave or something.
Oh.
Potion-wise, what are you interested in and what are you willing to negotiate trade with?
So, out of curiosity, it's any uncommon or common. I know you posted the link, but that doesn't have like all of them. Is it only the ones that we can see, or is it just any uncommon or common?
So long as it is official material, or if you want to run something unofficial by me, that's fine. But shush, you're a chicken. If there are other ones that aren't on that list, I'm fine with those too, theoretically. Unless it's like, this is a potion of stone giant strength for like common. Can I have it? I'll go no.
Give me. Give me. Okay. Just making sure.
Yes.
Potion of Watchful Rest does seem pretty good. Shut up. Oh my god.
Alright, 01 Ella came back. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm done looking at it. I'm closing it out.
I can't even see what they do because I need to view purchase options for things.
That's stupid. Just Google it. While you're still legally allowed to do so.
Just
what do you mean?
5e.tools.
Before Wizard of the Coast starts ripping people apart.
Yeah.
What an absolute fuck you to the D&D community.
No, it's...
What did they do?
They are doing this licensing thing where if you make a certain amount of money, you either have to like remove it or they will sue you. And Wizards of the Coast, I don't fully understand all of it, but a piece of it is that if you publish D&D content, they can go, actually, we made that. You don't get to make money. That's our intellectual property now that you wrote painstakingly.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of how like all video game mods work.
I mean, I guess, but the point of D&D is it's supposed to be all like creative and community based, and now they're like, fuck you. So, I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle of like, I don't care. I know a lot of people are mad. I haven't published a book, so whatever.
Cool.
Yeah. I agree with Chicken Shay.
My question is like, is 5e.tools going to go down?
No, they just have to either agree to pay a certain amount of money, I think, or like take down their website, I think.
My thing would be like,
Well, that website I don't think it's supposed to be up anyway, so we'll see.
That's
Or, like,
fine.
You know, like I do look at all of my shit off of like dnd.wiki. So I can see like spell lists and shit.
Mhm.
Is that gonna drop? Like,
I don't know if Wikidot will go away.
it's a community wiki. Like,
Wikidot is
I don't know if
mostly like fan stuff, so I doubt it.
It's a wiki, so I don't think it'll be affected.
is actually better question. Is Abray gonna go down?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
'Cause
But
Abray
now
goes-
the Shay's back.
Chat's going.
I think the Watchful Rest is good. I think there's potential in getting the Hill Giant potion for Holden, since that would give him a strength of 21 for a little bit. Might be useful. And of course, healing potions are always good to have.
Nah.
So,
It comes down to what do you want and what do you have to trade.
okay.
They're not going to want like useless items. They need stuff for survival, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't
That
want
makes
a
sense.
ceramic troll statue with no arms, just legs. instance.
Yeah. No, they don't.
Not a
If I had to-
formerly poisoned dart.
Yeah, if I
I was
had
looking
to
at my
pick one off
inventory
the
and
top of
I
my
remember
head,
so much stuff, and then I realized I was looking at Evelyn's inventory.
or like a random acorn that Holden keeps saying is from Howard.
Uh-huh.
Well, this sucks because I only have items that are either useless or I will regret giving them away because then
Yes.
there'll just come a time and they'll just be like, I wish I had them.
Okay, I do have a metal cheese wheel.
Okay.
You know,
Which
we
is
do
like-
have two Kubrick's blessings.
Perfect.
For one
That sounds
potion, we'll give you 2 stars.
I have a spell book.
I have
I don't need to cast spells.
I have a sword.
The only thing I could think, I don't remember where I got this. Hold on, let me check in my notes.
I'm deleting the bananas out of my inventory. We probably ate them by now.
That's
You don't
fair.
want old bananas.
Yeah. Let's ask. You know, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Also-
Hey,
no.
Wandis, you want some
No.
brown bananas?
Shay, I'm really angry. I also have Jason and his paddle boat Wiley written down in my notes.
Now, me having it, I feel is understandable because I write down bullshit whenever.
Uh-huh.
Why you got it, bro?
I don't know. I just wrote down that you started beef with him.
Oh no. I can't believe Jason is gonna become evil.
I have
Main
this
villain, Jason.
I have this burning passions blessing that is I wrote it down as a magic flower with guidance.
Okay.
And I don't remember where I got it from.
Did you get it
Interesting.
from the graveyard forest? I'm sorry, I'm blanking on a name at the moment.
Maybe?
Wait, what did you say it says?
It's
Not
called
really.
the Burning Passions Blessing.
Mornstead.
And
Mm.
I wrote down that it's
No.
a magic flower with guidance.
Burning Passag's that like burning flower would have had to have been from Vitalo's field.
That's probably what it is, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably what it is. So, is anyone else going to trade anything out of curiosity?
I just
I'm
don't
s-
think I have anything to trade except gold.
I was gonna say, unless they want um a non-magical cloak, a spooky pillow, some spooky glasses, hallucination water, or I don't know. That's really all I have that isn't like my sword, my shield.
I have a healer's kit, which technically has 10 uses. How many uses could I trade for a potion?
Oh, like the supplies inside.
You
Yeah.
can use a healer's kit to make a potion, but it takes the whole kit.
No, healer's kits are used to stabilize
Right.
dying creatures. Making a potion is a different type of kit. It's like,
Yeah.
You're right.
yeah.
Give me like a persuasion and we'll see.
Okay.
20,259.
16.
Dang, that's a pretty good roll. That's
10.
Oh,
Half of them.
Okay. Okay. Is there any potion that you guys really want?
not
Not
in
really, to be
particular.
honest.
Okay. Do we want to go for a watchful rest? Or a hill giant strength potion?
The only problem I have with Watchful Rest, because it's useful, is that it's only one use.
Yes.
It's like that would be fantastic every night, but we literally can't do that.
Okay.
I
mean, all of these are one use.
Well, yeah, but like the only time I could see it being useful
It's
is like,
situational.
yeah, and I guess most of these are gonna be situational, but
I feel like we'll be in more situations where we need a healing potion than a
right.
I agree.
a watchful rest potion.
But also, I think all of us can heal.
That's true. I can heal a tiny bit once, but you guys are pretty heal efficient.
I'm not gonna make any picks.
Okay.
All
right. Thanks.
But you should,
I guess.
Yeah, you should ask for some a storm giant strength potion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where you get a
yeah.
strength of 29.
Yeah, that's the one. I know you said potion of growth might be good, or like you might want that.
Well, just it was it's something that Holden might want. It doesn't mean it's useful. Holden is leaving it up to Rose, because you can make a better like thought out decision. Because Holden would just, I get bigger. Whoa.
See. That might be better than Hill Giant Strength, because Hill Giant Strength is only for an hour, whereas Potion of Growth is for 1d4 hours, which is potentially more.
I also don't remember fully what. And attacks deal an extra d4, advantage on strength checks and saves. Size go up. That's
So here's my thing. You say it takes deadline for 1d4 hours?
Mhm.
Yeah, so that is probably better for out of combat stuff.
Yeah,
If we're looking at combat, outside of the greater size in 1d4, I think really the useful thing is the strength checks and strength saving throws advantage, which you can do with enhanced ability. Both of us can also learn in large reduce.
that's fair.
It's a sorcerer wizard spell.
Let's do Hill Giant Strength. I'm making a decision. We're getting a
Okay.
potion of Hill Giant Strength.
All right.
And
Is
I'll hand
that any
over.
potion of giant strength?
Say again?
Is that any different from the normal potion of giant strength?
I think Potion of Giant Strength is just like
It's a
a label
classification.
for.
You just changed the type of giant.
Yeah. hmm And I'll subtract 5 uses of my healer's kit.
Thanks. All right. Wandis looks quite pleased with the trade. Happily hands over the
Yeah.
potion.
She would.
You have no idea what she says. She says some clicks and chitters to you as she's putting the healer's kit bits away.
You know, I could cast a spell to understand you, but I feel like this is somehow better.
Wandis just nods.
I could put in the effort, but
I won't.
I don't know.
But die.
Have you ever heard of racism, Wanda?
Do you remember how much I despise bugs?
Yes, that's me. I'm racism.
The CEO.
Are we moving
I
on?
invented it. Yes,
Yes,
I
we're
assume.
moving on. You're all wonderful. I will remember you at my funeral.
What?
Which will be in approximately 4 days if my timing is right.
By the way, here are the invitations to my funeral.
The
It will be
funeral
held on the
is for
16th.
today.
Yeah.
Interesting, interesting.
Rose will
Alrighty.
hand the potion to Holden and say,
Oh.
"This will make you like a lot stronger for like an hour."
Oh, so I shouldn't do it now.
No.
Okay. Okay. I will add that potion of Hill Giant Strength.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do while you were hanging around this nomadic group of Fry Queen and Moth King and Venus is also here?
Nothing Rose wants to do.
Nothing in particular.
Alrighty.
We'll say our goodbyes.
Alrighty.
Oh,
The group will...
there's one thing. Sorry, I was typing.
Yeah, sure.
Holden would ask Whitmore. Spec told me that you all were looking for her father. Is there like an area that you guys are searching that we could like keep an eye out for them?
You see Whitmore kind of deflate a little bit and he'll shake his head and go, I'm not really sure where he could be right now. We were separated back in the desert by one of the groups of hunters, so I'm not sure where he is.
Do you know what the group of hunters looked like, or what he looked like? You know, just we could keep an eye out.
The hunters all bear the same sigil, but it's hard to know which ones are a part of the rogue group and which ones are just a part of the normal hummingbirds. But they shouldn't be too much issue for you or your Astamar friend, but for your Fey friend, it might be a bit of an issue.
Do I know of the Hummingblades?
Make history.
I feel like I've heard that name before. I almost typed exclamation. Would have done absolutely nothing. 6.
You know that the Hummingblades is a guild that exists that does like mercenary work, typically.
It does
Could've
the
told
As
crime.
far as you can tell. That's all you really remember. You've been in a couple of towns where they've had a building for the Hummingblades, but you haven't really like gone into one yet in the campaign or beforehand, to my knowledge. They're mercenaries, basically, as far as you can remember. Other people can make histories if they'd like to.
I would love
Sure.
to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Go
I'll give that a
ahead.
shot.
Ooh, 10.
Oh, can
Woo,
actually do
4!
yeah. The Hummingblades is
I've
a
heard
group
it.
who do things. Yeah,
I've
you've
heard that.
definitely heard it.
I
It sounds
have
like
that
super
name.
familiar to you for some reason.
I have written down the mercenary group task with simple things like overpopulation, like watching overpopulations of monsters, protecting merchants on the road, delivering heavy packages, etc., and home bases Taurine and Kedrith.
I'll give you with Rose's that Fenris and Holden did go on a little hunt during the festival in episode 1 to hunt down that black boar. That was with the Hummingblades.
Oh.
But they were losers. They can't do their job.
I just want Holden to go, oh yeah, I've hunted with the Hummingblades.
What?
The Hummingblades. Oh, right! I killed a disgusting Fae with them. Oh,
Yeah. Anyway, put your hands in the air.
like you just don't care.
Soon you'll be dead. Okay. But yeah, that is what you remember, and then Fenris has more because of the notes. 10 out of 10.
Nice.
So yeah, Whitmore would kind of explain that bit about how there's like a rogue band of Hummingblades. So it's hard to know which ones are the good ones, which ones are the bad ones until they, try and murder you. But they got separated in the desert, and have absolutely no idea where Speck's father is. His name is Flicker, by the way.
Flicker. What
What'd
does
you call me?
Flicker look like?
Shut up.
Don't listen to him.
Flicker looks a little bit like Speck, the brown wings and the lighter fluff. He looks a little bit. He's my son. He looks a little bit like me. Her mother was a darker Mothkin. She's the best.
Okay. Don't mind me. Just writing down the side quest here.
Holden pulls out an entire computer from like the 90s and starts click-clacking away like
He
the
pulls out
like
a
really loud
typewriter.
keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah. He pulled out a desk with a typewriter on it
Where did that come from?
from off screen.
First a boat and now a desk. What is happening,
Oh,
Holden? Well, I had some spare lumber in my pocket, so I crafted one.
In my pocket, and
In
then
my
I pulled
pocket.
it out.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, have you ever played Minecraft, bro?
I don't know what to tell you. We'll keep a lookout if we're ever that direction.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll give you a little head nod. Spec will come back over. She looks just about the same, outside of the fact that she has some like goggles over her eyes now, which Fenris you would know is because that Mothkin are naturally drawn to the sun. They have a nocturnal gaze, so there's a chance that they will look at the sun and fly towards it. So it's for their safety that they have to wear the goggles.
Do we have a map on us? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you do.
It's a funny explanation. Okay. Holden would take the map and say, could you point to where he was last seen? Or just like the area? I don't know. It's sad to hear that Specs lost her father. I want to help.
Yes, of course. Hold on. When you unfurl the map, one more point. My computer is not loading locations either right now.
Uh-oh.
Let me reload the page and see if my computer is just being dumb. It was. It's fine now. They point to Shibosh, which is right yonder. Let me zoom out a little bit. Take a screenshot for you. All right, here's like most of the continent on here, and Shibosh is right here. I will put that into type in.
Nice.
Shit. Well, guys, we're going on a journey. Fuck this.
Oh.
We have moths to save.
Ay.
All right. I will. Hold on. I'm gonna write that down real quick.
It's Shibosh. I meant Sheebish. I'm stupid.
That's okay. We already know.
Okay. Awesome. Holden will nod and say, if we end up in the area, I will absolutely look around or try to learn something.
Thank you. It's very appreciated. We'll make our way back that direction, but when it's safer.
Okay. I would ask you where you're going, but I think for your safety, and just to make it easy, don't tell us.
Specs speaks up and goes, "We're gonna be right here,
All right. That
and then
sounds
we'll be
good.
somewhere else."
Yep.
I think. Before we'll just nod and like, no. Nomadic and all that. So. Okay, well, the group of nomads will wish you well. Venus is heading over to the Aster Birch Bramble right now, just to go look for bugs, as she loves to do. And the others are settling back in for a bit of rest far from most any city. You guys are welcome to continue on your way.
Let's go.
Yeah. By the way, just because it's funny, Whitmore puts on goggles. You never see Boss put on goggles.
Interesting.
Like a moth in the sun.
I'm really curious why he's not putting on any goggles, but I can't. Oh, it's in
I
my
walk
own.
a lonely road. You.
What I've done is playing really loudly.
I just want to point out now, it's canon, in case we start humming it later for memes, that every member of this party currently has now heard Linkin Park in campaign.
You'll go into
Well,
any tavern you can and go, "Have you ever heard this song?" And they'll go, "No, that's the fabled band Linkin Park."
No, we're gonna be sitting at like a stakeout somewhere later in the campaign, like quietly on a roof, and we're all gonna be sitting there. Fetish is gonna be going. "How is this song?"
What's happened is boss has cursed you with the earworm of Linkin Park for the rest of the campaign.
We're
You-
gonna. Oh, go ahead.
You have received the Mothkin curse of you have to hear Linkin Park for the rest of
No,
your
that's
life.
the leopard curse.
The leopard curse.
Whatever you're doing, all you hear is Linkin Park.
Oh my god.
Is-
It's not that their lives were falling apart, it's that their sanity was falling apart.
we help Caledon reclaim his castle, and like as he's sitting on the throne, like he sits down on the throne and makes some kind of one-liner, and you what I done, and then the credits start rolling.
We have to jump
Starts
into the
throwing things. Linkin Park sponsors. Okay, you're leaving.
Just please sponsor us, Linkin Park.
Come on, Linkin Park.
all
I don't
rude.
think bands pay for sponsorships
Do
For
it
stuff
for
like this?
Chester.
for Justin. Okay. Please leave. Or I'll joke about boss for longer. Okay. You have one more day of travel inside of the forest, the Aster Bramble, and then I believe you're going to camp on the southern side of the Aster Birch Bramble before keeping on. You keep on. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there anything specific you guys want to do throughout your day? We've done your primary and secondaries for this bit of travel, so I'm just asking about like throughout your day. Are you doing anything specific?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I will ask this very important question.
I'm
Are
inhaling
you
the pollen.
going to are you covering your face?
Yes.
Oh.
My
You don't
book
want
has the same
to find out what all the fun hallucinations are? All right.
I do.
If I was, yeah, I was about to say.
And do it, coward.
If I was
No.
playing a different
Really
character, you know,
Eat it. You have to find out eventually.
just
If you
take
were
a
playing Tremor.
Do we have to find out?
I was gonna say I'm playing a character who wants to find out. I'm also playing the only character who can like potentially cure it.
Stop it.
And so,
It'd be forever. It'd just be till the pollen wore off. Which could be,
which
who knows?
is
I don't know. Investigate some pollen if you so desire to find out.
But I do also want to stress that the only exposure we've had to this was Fenris thinking that his skin was melting and that he was actively dying.
that is true.
I can imagine Holden being curious about it, but at the same time,
I mean, to
The
be
only
fair,
thing-
I did watch Holden eat Nightshade because he wanted to fuck around and find out.
I mean,
And
yeah,
drink demon's blood in his free time.
that's
Like-
what that's both also fair.
A lot of things go into his mouth. A lot,
Very
he's a lot
smart.
in common with Speck in terms of
about
interesting,
to
put
say.
in mouth,
Yeah, baby.
baby.
Ay, ay, ay.
You know,
It's up to you.
I was trying to be kind and be safe, but now that you all have pointed out that it's well within his character limits, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, make a Constitution save.
You fucking bastards.
I tried
21.
to stop it.
I take
All right,
this.
nothing happens. I guess keep rolling if you
I
keep
know.
trying
Holden,
throughout the
Holden
day.
goes.
Oh.
Holden,
So when does my skin start burning? Nothing's happening.
what the hell is wrong with you?
I needed to know.
You don't.
Actually, Rose, nothing's happening.
Well, then don't test fate.
You're right.
I don't know, Rose. Maybe we're out of the weird pollen area.
That's true. Hold on. You know, I've been meaning to do this anyway, and Holden would like get some on his finger and ingest it.
No.
Okay.
Or at
Roll me
least
another con save.
Lamo.
You
11.
know, you could just choose to fail, I guess.
Roll me a d12. It's going to take 20 minutes for it to hit you
Okay.
instead of it being instant. 5. Okay.
Well, I guess it doesn't do anything.
20 minutes pass while you're walking, and you start to believe this.
Okay. How do I make that work? I think Holden, he like stops and stares at I think he stares at Rose's wings and goes, "Rose, do I have wings?"
No, you don't have wings. Oh my god, Holden.
What?
But you sure can fly.
I feel like I do, and I don't think you're telling me the truth.
No, Holden, you're not. You're hallucinating. You ingested the pollen.
If I jump, I'm gonna move backwards because I can fly backwards.
Or you're just jumping backwards.
I think Holden jumps and he moves backwards and he goes, "My point is proven."
As calmly as possible.
This is a new feat for me.
Fenris, is there anything you can do about this? I don't have any spells.
We can keep going. I just wanted you to know.
I don't either, but here's the thing. Whatever is going on here is way funnier.
Look, I think all that matters is I've discovered a new feat for myself.
It's gonna be fine.
And you're jealous because you can't fly backwards.
I can fly back. Rose takes a moment to think. And goes, I'm sure if I needed to, I could fly back.
Right.
But that's besides the point. Fine, there's nothing we can do about it anyway.
Alright.
Fantastic. Are you just gonna? You're not gonna cure it then. You're just gonna keep it.
Yep. Absolutely. Because
All
I
right.
think, like I said, Holden did it. He proved himself, and he's like, "All right, we can keep moving."
Okay.
And I'm gonna let that one stay, because even when that wears off, the experience hasn't. So in the future, I get to use this.
Of course, it lasts an hour and a half.
Okay. So I guess
I just
that's
want-
for everybody else to have, is Holden's eyes stop fucking up at about an hour and a half.
So I want to make sure we're steering slightly east so that when we have to stop for night 2, we can stop on like the ocean side. Does that make sense? Like out by the water.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. I'm writing something down.
We had to move in.
Okay. If there's nothing else you guys want to do throughout the day, You don't want to be hallucinating anymore. That's fine, I guess. You guys can make camp outside of the Aster Birch Bramble for the night again. You can take your watches if you'd like.
Okay, before we go to bed, do watches. Are we by the water? Can we see?
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a cliff or is there like a beach?
It's a cliff.
How tall is the cliff?
Probably
Tall enough for me to fly off of.
probably 20 to 30 feet. Not too high.
Is it lower than 30 or higher than 30? I just need to know, like, could I misty step from the water to the top?
It is between 20 and 30 feet.
30 at max is the
okay.
info being given here.
Yeah. Hey, Holden? Actually, I don't think I can take you with me.
No,
No,
I
you
think
can't.
that's stealth only.
Alright,
No,
I'm gonna go
you would just
fishing.
be dooming me to drown.
Except you'd be able to fly backwards.
Yeah, I'd be able to fly backwards out of it. but-
Yeah.
I'm gonna go fishing. I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
And Fenris is going to cast air bubble on himself so that he can breathe underwater.
All
And
right.
he's gonna...
An interesting spell.
Please don't come
You
back
are
with a
hunting.
child.
Or do.
I
I have the adoption papers.
Fish. Dry and ready to see land.
Yeah, next time we go to a town with an adoption center, Holden's gonna go get blank adoption papers and just leave.
We're just rolling the dice on how long it takes for you guys to adopt another child into the party.
If you had made it so that Spec didn't have a family, I was taking that child.
Stealing them.
I mean,
Spec is really funny, but
how many examples do we need of us kidnapping children? Like, there's so many.
There's not. We haven't done any this campaign.
But what
Not
about
this
what about
campaign.
Yet.
early
I feel like
survival
every
for fish
campaign has
catching.
had our token child that we've brought along with us.
I've never taken a child. Okay.
Nash.
Okay. That wasn't me. I was not the person who bonded with that child at first.
That's true. That's true.
Fun.
But
Prince
Nash
of
ended up
Focus.
being your adopted child.
Yeah. But I didn't take him with me. That was all
Son.
it'll be.
From Eric's campaign.
Roll a survival, Zach. Dang it, we're talking about Eric.
Yeah.
How about you?
What have you done?
Why do I need to roll? Oh, for
Fishing.
Slurble.
I typed S accidentally. 22.
Okay. You're able to do some pretty good fishing. You find some good-sized sea bass that you're able to perhaps spear with your new spear.
Yeah.
And bring it up and cook it up real nice for dinner.
Got some nice fish.
You guys have a pretty good meal that's not rations.
Nice.
I just want to check, while I'm down there, like, near this cliff, how deep of ocean are we in right next to this cliff?
I mean, it's not abyss levels of deep. It's probably,
Like 50, 60 feet? Or like...
yeah, probably something in that range. It,
Because,
you know,
like,
it varies, but
I can breathe underwater for the next 24 hours, no concentration from this spell. Can I try and free dive down before I, like, fish at this time to see if I can find anything on the bottom?
sure. If you're
Oh.
looking for fun stuff on the bottom, let's pull up my favorite thing, the trinkets table.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a D12. We'll see which table we're using. That's not the right website. I'm done. There we go. What did you roll on your D12? 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, give me your D100 then.
we're gonna get something actually useful that I could have traded for potions. 77.
Huh. Okay. You. How do I justify this? You find like a plastic wrapped book. Like it's a thin book.
Mhm.
Whenever you get out of the water and you unwrap it, it's a guide to living with a house full of talking objects. It looks a lot like Beauty and the Beast, is what I'm deciding.
I was about to say, written by one beast.
Send you that description, but it's
Only
literally
one?
just a guide.
What a
That.
loser.
There you go.
When I
You can
write a
free dive
book,
some more if you'd like to.
it's
'cause I
written
think
by
it's funny.
3 beasts.
You know what? I'll get one for each member. I'll do two.
Sure. Do you want to roll for them, or do you want them to roll?
Would you guys like to roll for your
Sure. I
Why
love
not?
my
Yeah.
own luck.
A D12 and a D100.
Oh, D12.
Man, I wish you'd roll a 79. A cookbook that only holds the phrase "Don't cook fairies" scrawled in blood. That would be funny.
Oh, ooh.
Alrighty. Starting with the D12. What do we got?
Go ahead.
Rose is a table
I got
12,
it.
58. We'll do it in order. And then, Dre, you could read out my numbers.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. A uniquely colored pill.
Take it. Give it to me. Give it. Give it to me. Give it.
No.
Only one way to
The dog.
find out. Alright.
The dog.
Holden?
Table 2, 56.
We hear
56.
We hear Holden chewing, and we have to pry his mouth open.
Okay, interesting.
That's so sad.
A stone rod with a tin coating that has worn through in several places.
What?
There you go.
I like this. I like this a lot. Ben just comes back with a bunch of fish, a book, a pill, and a rod.
Take your pick.
Which is even funnier because it's Fenris going, I'm keeping this book. Rose, you
Yeah.
can have a drug, and Holden, you can have this
A
weird stick.
I said I was gonna bring back all three, and I said I don't want to trade because I want this book.
Oh, okay. Well, it's up for grabs if you so desire.
I think Holden wants the pill. Do either of us want the pill? Rose, do you have a particular attachment to the pill?
I don't think Rose wants Holden to have the pill.
We can just find out what it does right now.
No.
I'm just saying. We can just get it over
Oh.
with.
There's the book. What was the rod again?
It's just a stone stick with some tin.
Yeah, it's a tin coating, and the tin coating is like worn out in a lot of places.
I think I'll trade you the rod for the book if you want the book.
I guess.
I guess. Are you talking to Holden?
I was
No,
talking
yeah,
to
no,
you. I was
wait,
talking to you.
yeah. Hold on. You can take the book
Yeah.
for the pill, and then I'll trade you the stick.
The book.
I'll take the book.
So I get the rod. Rose gets the book. Holden gets the pill.
Oh.
Yes. I will not take it now.
Okay.
Just look away.
Just look that way. I promise it won't go down. my
Tie me to a tree and go to
There's some
bed.
trend on TikTok that I saw before where it's like a man never what the fuck is it? It's like a man never sees his woman pay for anything, and it'll show a woman paying for something, and the camera will flip, and his eyes are covered, and then it's just like, oh, Rose, You do not have to watch me do this. Just close your eyes.
Oh,
I'm just gonna stick it in my bag.
okay.
Until you go to bed.
Yes. Yes, until it is time for my watch.
I have to imagine this pill is like a bright red. Just like just like super red.
Sure. Almost neon.
I'll take a demon pill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's full of demon blood.
Yeah, devil pill.
100%.
Well, if it's full of demon blood, I think I'm good.
Devil
It's
pill.
an iron supplement.
True.
Oh
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
watches.
Of course.
It's pure protein, I swear.
So I guess I'm taking first again.
Yes. And then
It's investigation or perception?
Perception. In general, keeping an eye out.
15.
Nice. Hand them over, Fenris and Holden. Give them to me.
I'm gonna wait for Fenris's first.
Wow.
That way, it's all in order. I'm making
It's
it
really
easy for you.
confusing. My server pictures, like the little icons, aren't loading. For any of my servers, so I have to hover over each one and wait for the name so I can figure out which one to click.
Mm,
Very frustrating.
it's okay. Well, that isn't
Wonderful.
the
And hold on.
best. But you know what? It's better than this! Oh, never mind. You're a loser.
A little wheat and roll right there.
It could have been an out one. It could have.
There's only 3
All
options.
right. So in the 3 watches, we have a 15, a 7, and a 10.
Yes, yes,
Um,
yes.
Rose, your watch goes by fairly uneventfully. There's a bit of conversation if you'd like to have it with Alden. But otherwise, you're kind of enjoying the ocean sounds crashing up against the cliffside and basking in the aftermath of a pretty good fresh fish meal.
Nice, nice.
Delish. Fenris, you are woken up by Rose. And that like sensation when you either got too much sleep or definitely not enough, where it just feels like there are weights on your eyelids.
Mm-hmm.
You suffer for several hours of like, I'm not going to sleep, but my focus is really on keeping my eyelids just open. But you don't see anything of note that you could tell. Holden, you wake up in the wee hours of the morning after Fenris shakes your shoulder and then basically immediately blacks out, I assume. Sleepy. You're keeping an eye out. There's lights off in the distance of Ellery, a little distance away, obviously, several days of travel, but the lights carry. But you really can't make out much about that town. It's so far away. But nothing seems to try and come murder you or anything like that. The cliff doesn't give out under you. The pill calls to you. Please take me.
I do exercises to distract myself.
I thought you said I do take the pill.
No.
And I was like,
No.
oh. The wee hours of the morning when no one can babysit you.
Assuming
they're
it's
relying
only a
on you.
psychedelic. For all we
Okay,
know,
you-
Holden could go, watch this! He takes the pill and then just becomes a greater demon.
Yeah.
And then he
Instant pills
instantly kills his sleeping companions and walks away.
PK. Game over.
We did it.
And then he wakes up in a hole in the ground with no memories.
Cycle continues.
Actually, you know
The
what?
cycle continues. Wow.
I would say that might be what happened the first time.
We never know.
Used to say. All right. Everyone wakes up fully rested, a little bleary-eyed perhaps, but ready for the day. Unless there's anything specific you guys would like to do, you're able to continue your travel for another day. You can either push through a little bit of the night to reach Ellery, or you can camp and hit Ellery first thing in the morning the following day. Which would you prefer?
I say we just push.
think
I
we
do
just pushed
too.
through the night.
Okay. Now that you guys are leaving the Aster Birch Bramble, I will give this to Shay so that I don't have to keep up with it.
Perfect.
My favorite is 6 and 1. Anyways,
Oh my god, 6.
Uh-oh.
I was really proud of
Or did
6.
you send it just to him, or did you put it in
Oh,
the?
what the
You guys can
fuck?
see it too if you'd like to. Here, I'll send it into the tabernacle.
Oh my god,
Enjoy it.
10 would have been awful.
Oh my
I
god.
would have.
Imagine if Holden had rolled 10. That
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, bro, that's hilarious.
So, there
Wow.
we go. I
I
think
like
they're
that,
hilarious.
most of these say you believe, you think, you hear. However,
Yeah.
11, 6, and 4 are not beliefs, are not thoughts. They are statements. So technically, Fenris's skin just was melting off.
You could have had Velcro teeth at any time.
How would that work?
You have to rip your mouth open to talk.
Oh,
I just, what's it called? What was the one I was looking at? Number 7 is fantastic, especially
Yep, thank you.
in Lincoln Park.
Thanks, yep. Now, 1 would have been hilarious, especially if you had just, without a word, believed you were a snake lycanthrope, and you just lay down on the ground and start trying to slither around.
I think my
Or if you
favorite
were
is
a squirrel and you tried to eat Howard's nut.
Oh no.
That was a possibility.
Oh no.
no, well, it wouldn't have been try.
It would have been succeeds. Well, for anyone listening, I'll read these off so you can enjoy them. It's a D12 for hallucinations. You roll 1d4 and divide it by 2, and that's the length of the effect. You believe you're a lycanthrope. Roll a d6 for your animal half: wolf, squirrel, cat, chicken, frog, snake. You believe you're drowning. You think all your fingers have been rearranged. Your arms are made of lead. You believe you can fly backwards. That one is very funny. Your teeth are Velcro. You believe you're in a musical. Singing or dancing is vital. You think you're allergic to your own name. That one would have been really funny.
That would have been
Uh,
wild.
You hear someone breathing right next to your ear. You forget who you and your allies are. Your skin is melting off of your bones, and you believe it is raining. All equally harmless and not at all mentally
Yeah.
disturbing at all.
Not traumatizing.
No. Everyone dreams of seeing once in their life.
Yeah.
Alright, anyway. Your plan is to push?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. My body's doing that thing where it's 11 and now I'm yawning constantly. But we're only going to play for like 30 more minutes because Shay must sleep. So it's fine. I'm not going to get to you. You guys are kind of heading along a plain right along the coast. You know, there's like when you're near the coast and there is grass, it's, you know, that thin, super long grass along dunes, essentially. So you're, you know, destroying an ecosystem a little bit by walking across these dunes, for shame. but you got places to be. The cliff has petered out to just a sandy coast along the ocean. So you can walk along the ocean and collect shells if you'd like to. The day is relatively uneventful. You're pretty far from any roads, so you don't really see any people, but as you're getting closer to Ellery, the sun is starting to set. You do see some like boats off in the water in the distance. Some of them are moving very fast without any sails equipped to it, and they're rather small, so hard to know what that's about. For you guys to push, give me a Constitution check.
No!
Oh, okay. Never mind. You make it to Ellery. I'm kidding.
Thank you. Dang.
Okay, damn. 16, 18, 15. You guys push just fine. You're feeling a little bit of wear and tear. You know, your feet are a little sore. You're, kind of getting tired. You've been walking all day. But you get there all the same. Ellery looks a little different than places you've been before. It looks like super clean and rather picturesque. There are all sorts of traveler-friendly signs, if that were to make sense. Like signs that have several languages on it for the same thing. Something else of note is that there are... why can't I think of words right now? Streetlights. Electric streetlights here. As you make your way in, you're able to spot a couple of various things. I'll just give you the basics. There are a couple of guild buildings. If you want to figure out what those are, you can give me a perception or investigation, whatever suits your fancy. Religious building as well. But there are all sorts of activities available. There are like cardboard signs out near the water all over the place for snorkeling and paddleboarding and water skiing, whatever water skiing is. Luxury meals at these like fancy restaurants that you're not entirely sure if the restaurant names are actual words or not. They just sound really fancy.
They're in fantasy French.
Yes, fantasy French.
We're like,
And
what?
16 extra letters in each word.
Yeah.
What is the D&D equivalent of French?
Elvish.
I always think Elvish as Italian.
That's fair.
I feel like it has to be like gnome, right? Or like halfling.
Yeah, I'm down with that, actually.
Halfling
Halfling
is
makes
the
a
one.
ton of sense right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's in Halfling for all these like fancy, expensive restaurants. There's, I think I said snorkeling. There's paragliding and, all sorts of fun touristy traps here. You're also able to locate the inn for the night. It's a place called Tortuga Tavern. When you are like passing that place, or if you decide you want to go on in, it's notably rather rowdy, even at midnight, pressing to like 1 or 2 in the morning. Are you guys aiming to bed down?
Yeah,
I guess.
Okay.
This is a nice town. I did roll an investigation to look around.
Oh, sure. What did you roll? 15. Alrighty. Get Ellery in front of me. There we go. With that, I will tell you that there are 2 guild buildings and 1 religious building. There is one really large guild building that looks really lavish and fancy, and arguably was probably made out of a warehouse for the Luminous Gadget. This seems to be maybe their home base, since it does say like founding location for Luminous Gadget on the front on a placard. on a smaller building kind of near the outskirts of the town, for people who are coming in and out, is a building for the Hummingblades.
Uh-oh.
And kind of in the dead center of the town is a religious building for the Church of the Divine Keeper.
That sounds familiar for some reason.
If you want to try and remember bits and pieces of it, you can give me a history.
I'll roll history. I'll do it.
Ooh.
Hold on. I'll do it. I got you. I know more than you, bitch.
Bruce and Holden, you guys vaguely remember that it's like the main religion of Kyrios. Fenris, you remember a little more distinctly because you've encountered a couple of these churches before, but never really bothered spending time in them. You know that it's the church to the deity or being that is holding the planet right now. They believe that it is, giving them blessings and, guiding them through life as it protects the planet.
They worship this huge thing and they go inside its head and it's just Aaron.
They'll never know that.
But they'll never know.
They'll never know. Nobody needs to know. Okay. That is what you remember. What would you like to do?
I really
I think we're just do we want to just go to the inn? It's late and we've been walking all day.
Yeah, we need sleep.
Alrighty.
Let's go.
You walk into the Tortuga Tavern. It's absolutely poppin'. It smells like freshly baked bread in here. There are people liquored up all over the place wearing, like fancy vacation clothes, basically. Sundresses and things of the like. Drinking, sex on the beaches and daiquiris and all that good jazz.
Oh my god.
Behind the bar is a kitchen, and you can kind of catch a glimpse of the barkeep. They're wearing this like fancy looking chef's garb. They're pulling bread out of the oven, though. When they turn around, they're wearing a guard helmet still. Just a passionate guard, it seems. But yeah, if you guys are hoping to get a room, it is a very popular place to stay. So it'll be a little bit more expensive than normal, but you could pack into one room and get like roll-in beds if you would prefer.
I think we could pack into one room.
I think we could too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Typically, a room is a couple of silver, but here it is a full gold for a room for the night.
Ooh.
I can.
You know what, guys? Let's go somewhere else. A whole gold.
I can pay it. I have money.
Yeah, I do too.
You can leave. You can leave Fantasy Great Wolf Lodge and stay at a Hilton Inn fantasy version if you so desire.
I searched Trivago and got some of the best deals at a hotel in this area.
Whoa! Look at all these ads we're doing for free. Wouldn't it be crazy if you actually paid us to do ads?
Yeah.
People who listen to us.
I know. We know you're listening.
Yeah.
Corporate America.
Listen here, capitalism. We could help you or we could fight you. It's whatever you desire.
The CEO.
Yeah, CEO of capitalism. Hand it over. Give me your money. Okay. If you would like to pile into one room, you absolutely can. Sorry, I'm all goofy because it's been like a month since we've had a session.
No, it's fine. We're all goofy.
I'm actually more of a Mickey person.
Shut up.
Man. That's fair, but also very unoriginal of you.
That's
I
great.
thought it was quite original. I didn't see any of
I'm
you
a-
guys think of it.
Listen, I'm an Oswald the Lucky Rabbit kind of gal.
Ew.
I am
That's pretty good.
genuinely an Oswald person.
That's pretty good. That's a
Yucky.
pretty good
I love
reference.
Oswald. Yeah, yeah. Also, you didn't use Mickey Mouse's real name, so you're clearly not a real fan.
Oh, Mickey Mouse word. Is that what you want me to say?
No, his real name is Mortimer. You
Oh.
know that if you actually cared about Mickey Mouse.
No, I don't fucking care about Mickey Mouse. I never claimed I did.
You go into the inn room.
All right.
It's really nice in there. It's
I
super
take the
fancy.
pill. Is that what you want me to say?
Yeah, you turn into Mortimer Mouse.
No, please.
You
Okay.
wanted this.
The bed in there is super comfortable, but the roll-out beds, or the one that you can like sleep on the couch version of beds, both of those are quite uncomfortable. But I mean, they get the job done. It's like sleeping on the floor, but
fair.
elevated.
Well, are we? Rose will look around and just say, "Are we getting on the road in the morning, or do we want to?" I mean, this seems more like a vacation place.
I would say we could stick around for like a day, rest our feet. But vacation areas are normally a little more expensive, right?
They are. Also, it's just people who spend a lot of time in vacation towns tend to be insufferable.
So would we become insufferable, or are you worried about the people here?
More worried about the people here.
Because I can be insufferable.
Sometimes.
Walden had opened his mouth to say something, closed it, and then Rose said, "Sometimes," and he just snickers and just rolls over to go to bed.
We could maybe not stay here. Maybe we could go. I know that our plan was to keep going southeast to the next town. Maybe that one would be better.
I guess we could ask around about the next town, see what it's like.
No, I
Oh,
like to go into things blind.
I
So if
know.
it's
That's the
overrun with zombies, then it'll be a fun zombie mission. But
I enjoy
if
a
they tell
gamble.
me they're zombies, oh, then we have to go around.
Oh, what a bore. All right,
I mean,
well,
we might ask the innkeeper tomorrow morning before we go.
yeah. Let's do that.
Well, good night.
Fall asleep.
All right, so is the
We should
plan to head out in the morning for the next town, or to
Uh,
stick
we're gonna
around for a day?
we're gonna talk to the innkeeper, see what the next town is kind of like. And just see if we want to rest there or rest here.
Okay. All right.
It's-
Well, let's end the session with you getting that bit of information.
Yeah.
And then once I know your plan, we can call it quits for the day. The music has died again. Time to restart our playlist once more. Please, Discord. I beg of you. Okay. You wake up bright and early in the morning. You have a complimentary breakfast waiting for you. There's, a long table with croissants and bagels. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of baked goods. And then there's like some jellies and some
Is there butter?
Yeah,
Good.
but there's juices and jellies, fresh fruits, some meats,
Is
bacon and such.
this like the room comes with breakfast, or is the breakfast also paid for?
The room comes with breakfast.
Fantastic.
Oh, good. They're not that bougie. They're like, you have to pay for bed and breakfast.
It's not that they're not bougie, it's that the you can tell that the innkeeper, the tavern keep, just is very passionate about cooking, but they're
That's
not going to
fair.
charge people to eat the food.
Is it a dragon?
That's fair.
You don't know. They will have a helmet on.
Damn it. We'll see. I knocked the helmet off with my sword. Duel me,
Oh.
I say.
It's Holden's under there.
Assault.
You weren't supposed to see this, other Holden says, and starts killing you with a spatula.
Yeah. It's what's his name? Was it Holden Marshudo?
Holden, Marluxia, whatever.
Yeah, Malusha.
That one, of course. That name that everyone knows quite
Yeah,
well.
that's
of
the
Hold on,
course.
one.
Marshudo Marluxia, what the fuck?
Bro, HLM?
HLM?
Well, right now it's just HM.
That's true.
Alright, because we met Marluxia.
We met
You meant
Larcy.
cute. Yep.
Larcy.
Larcy.
Okay.
Okay.
While you guys go ask questions about the town, Holden is gonna go pick up like a bunch of bread and then take like a spoon and just start putting like globs of butter on the bread.
Alden has come with you because Alden requires caffeine and just looks over and like opens his mouth and then just
Do you want
Actually, yeah, hand one over.
Alright, here you go.
Yeah, before they run out.
Thanks. Yeah, before they run out.
Holding a loaf of bread, all buttered.
A butter sandwich.
Ew.
Alright.
If you guys are going to try and talk to the tavern keep, he's in the kitchen. So he's not coming out unless he's going to put something on the table. But you guys are free to talk with him.
Excuse me, we're just passing through, just trying to get some information about the next town on our. Do you happen to know anything about the town to the southeast of us?
He'll like look over and like double take that, like, oh, there was somebody there. Step out and listen to you asking about like the next town over. No, non-go. Oh yeah, Yorin, right? That's the one you want, right? The one that's like a little bit south of here, east.
Yeah, southeast on the road.
Oh yeah. Yorin is the dragonborn town. They're kind of like stuck in their ways about the dragons, and, all that fun stuff. Not really, a place to stop and stick around for fun. But I mean, definitely cheaper if you know what I'm talking about. Like elbows in your direction.
Oh!
I turned back to Holden when he done that and just looked, what happened?
Assault!
Hot butter went all over it. It was awful. Oh,
I got a piece of bread in my eye. Ow.
How did you do that?
Yeah, how long do you think it takes to get there by road? Is it 1 day? Is it 2 days?
by the road, you should probably get there in a day. If you leave,
Alright.
Bright and early in the morning. You could even run a cart between the towns if you wanted to.
Yeah. Alright. Do you have any other questions?
No, I don't think so. Food is very good, by the way.
Thank you. It's my dying passion on top of my other 2 jobs.
Other two?
Oh yeah, you know. I'm a baker, I'm a tavern keep, I'm a guard. I might
Would you-
teach paddleboarding on the weekends. I haven't reached that point yet.
When do you find the time? What? When do you find the time to guard?
He just stares at you. You can't see his face through the helmet. He just goes, well, I just keep the armor on, and when it's my shift, I pass it off to somebody that I hired, and I go do my guard stuff, and then I come right back here.
When do you sleep?
In small increments, whenever I can.
Oh, okay. You like my granddad.
You have a granddad?
Thank you.
I would like to meet Granddad Rose.
No, shut up.
What
Happy to
flower
remind
is he
you of
named
home.
after?
Chamomile. Is there anything else I can help you with? You want like a specialty omelet or?
Bread omelet.
Actually, yes, I would love a specialty omelet.
That sounds very good, actually.
Yeah, here, take a piece of paper, write down what you want on it, and I'll get to work. I think that a bread omelet would just be a calzone, and I am not good with pizza. Yet.
An omelet calzone actually would kind of slap.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds delicious.
I will try. He leaves, goes to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's decided. As we all know, I infamously hate Dragonborn. So I guess
Yes.
we're staying here for a while.
Wow, I rolled very well. It's a pretty good omelet calzone.
Where would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 20?
Like a 19, maybe.
Oh,
That's pretty fucking good.
Pretty damn delish.
holy shit! Well,
That's the
guys,
flat roll. Add the modifier. We're in the 20s. We're coasting, baby. Alrighty, well. With that information, I would like to ask what your plan is. You gonna hang around here for a day, or would you like to take a day to go to Yarn and then rest?
My
We don't-
vote would be head to Yaren.
That's my vote. We don't really have a
I
lot
think that
of
would also
money.
be my vote. So, looks like we're in agreement for once.
Yeah.
All right, we will end session there with your plans to head to Yarn.
Wahoo.
Thank God we didn't. I thought we were going to plow through a lot more content, and I was going to start sweating after we reached Alaris. All right, well.
We were very silly this session, but that's
yeah,
okay.
Sorry.
I
No,
mean,
that's
well,
not-
that always
that's-
happens when we go for a while without playing.
True.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay for one more minute, and then
Oh my
I
God.
like have to leave.
Oh, we had another person join us. Potato Malone TTV.
I'm pretty sure that's a real person, too.
That sounds
Hold
like
on.
a real person.
I'm scouring through all of your things. It really looks like. Yeah, all right. I believe you're a real person, but I can't know for a fact.
Well, they stream.
No,
they
no.
actually
Oh,
stream.
you
I was gonna say,
stream.
now we have to. We just look crazy at the moment.
Maybe a little.
Thank you to
How'd you
all of
even-
the people here. We appreciate you.
Yeah,
All
in
the
case
real
the other
people.
ones aren't robots, even though you didn't do my
Wait,
one
wait.
request.
Except for Ashley. Fuck you, Ashley.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually.
Ashley,
go for this one,
God. Once more, my final attempt. For the ones who I know aren't us, 01 Ella, Alice Idra, Drapsnat, Potato Malone TTV, Rogue Girl. I'm pretty sure Potato Malone TTV is a real person, but until you write in the chat just once, I'm not asking for like the sake of boosting our interactions. I just want to know who's a real person and who's not. But if you're real people, thank you for showing up. And for those who end up listening on YouTube and listened to my tangent, thank you.
Well, we have to end
sorry,
stream in 8
goofy
seconds,
time.
then it'll be 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh,
Bye.
All right. Goodbye, Cruel World. You have no chance to prove yourself.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
It's the 420 mark.